We're looking at mostly sunny skies, light north winds, afternoon temperatures noticeably warmer. Highs today will peak in the low to mid 80s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
Ready for an early bird special? A new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as $11,789. This is a limited offer and ends April 15th. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Hey, everybody. Kyle Draper here for Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. You know, sometimes you just don't want to buy brand new. I get it. I understand. Sometimes you just want to try something out. Maybe go for a lease. Well, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the place for you. They have great lease offers starting at $297 a month. That's right, $297 a month. You know, for over 30 years, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has been there for the community. Whether you're buying, whether you're leasing, they're the ones you can trust. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now and check out their fleet of lease vehicles. They have certified pre-owned vehicles as well, starting at just 3.49% on select models from 2021, 22, and 23. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. Tell them your boy Drape sent you, and trust me, they'll take care of you. They're a partner you can trust. Or you can always go online at mbfstockton.com. That's mbfstockton.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
At SMUD, we power local business with incentives, energy equipment, tools to manage electricity usage and save money, tailored solutions from dedicated strategic account advisors, and 50% lower rates than neighboring utilities, all while doing more for the planet with clean energy solutions, savings, reliability, personalized service, clean energy, helping local businesses thrive. That's our clean power promise. Learn more at smud.org.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you ready to unlock your business's potential? Hey, I'm Allen Stiles, and you can do that with Roxas Technology Solutions. Their mission is to empower growth through cutting-edge, reliable, and scalable technology. They tailor solutions to enhance efficiency and foster innovation, ensuring your business thrives in the digital age. Located in Sacramento, their dedicated team is ready to partner with you for your long-term success. Transform your business now. Go to roxtech.com. That's WROXTECH.com. Roxtech. Tomorrow's technology at your fingertips today.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba coffee dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
It's the final days of the spring spring sales event. Drive home your new Honda before the deals and the new Hondas disappear. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Wednesday, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. As you can see, we have a new setup bouncing around the different rooms in the house. A lot of you had some funny things to say about the last room and whether or not I was gonna be able to make it with some of the horror film vibes that we were seeing. But we are rocking and rolling. If you're in the car, basically I'm doing the show remote, as you probably know, and I'm at my in-laws, and we're bouncing around different rooms to see what works the best. So we are in this room now, and I think we're good, Kyle. I think we're good for the rest of the week here. I'll be here today and Thursday, and Brendan will be covering for me on Friday. Brendan Nunez, our Sacktown Sports Kings insider, as I will be on my way back to California. But
I don't know, Styles. It looks like you're kind of in like a loft right now.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're in the penthouse now. You know, Penthouse Al, that's what's going on right now, Penthouse Styles. And
that was not the phrase I used.
Well, I just got to say this, from the basement to the penthouse, kind of, for the Sacramento Kings. The Giants win the pennant. How about this? The Kings are in the play-in. And, you know, I'm going to get on my soapbox a little bit here as somebody who's been really, really critical of the Kings. And I know that there are a lot of people that have been kind of struggling with being a fan of the Kings for a very long time. So I don't know how this will be received, but I'm going to talk about that in just a second here. I also wanted to discuss the A's getting their first W in Sacramento. Kyle, just let me know when we have that call, when you're ready to go, because I definitely want to hear that. I'm watching the game. Y'all know I hate watching these West Coast sports on the East Coast. It's 10, 11 o'clock, and the A's are down in the first inning again by 3 or whatever the situation was. And they said, you know what? We're not going to let it happen again. We don't care that you're the Padres. We don't care that we're supposed to lose. We are not going to get embarrassed once again on our, I was going to say home turf, but our rented turf that we are hanging out on the next 3 to 4 years. But it was still a great moment. Look, whether it's the A's, whether it's any other team that comes into Sacramento, the bottom line is about Sacramento. And it's about the first major league win in the city of Sacramento. That's all it's about. They want to go to Vegas. They don't want to call themselves Sacramento. It is what it is. But they were in the 916. Okay, that W happened in the 916 with the Tower Bridge on their jerseys. Kyle, we got that call?
And Urshela will swing and line it to left field. It gets away from Iglesias. It'll go all the way to the wall. Duhar scores. Here comes Wilson. The relay throw to the plate is late. And the A's finally have their first lead in West Sacramento.
How about it? And it has come with fireworks here in the first inning against a perennial Cy Young contender in Dylan Cease.
2-2. And Ferguson slams the door shut. The A's have a winner in West Sacramento for the first time.
Great stuff there. Great stuff there. If you are out there, feel free to call in. Look, the phone lines are open, okay? We have confirmed the phone lines are open today, 916-339-1140. And we are going to be talking a ton of Kings as they have a huge game tonight against the Denver Nuggets. I guess it depends how huge you think it is. It's much bigger for the Nuggets. And I'm very interested to see what happens with their whole situation. Obviously, working with an interim coach. They fired their GM and their coach last night. A lot of information has come out since then that we are going to break down, and it pertains to not treating guys the same way. And I want to bring this back to the Kings because there are reports that Mike Malone didn't hold people to the same regard as others, and he wasn't as tough on Jokic as he was on certain other players. And I'm thinking, well, I got to hear what the details are, because if you're telling me that Peyton Watson and Jokic should be coached the same way, I get the old school approach, but let's just call a spade a spade. That's not going to be the case. So we're going to break all of that down. Very excited to do that. We are also, I'm confirming the time right now, but we had Ryan Blackburn on the show not too long ago, and Ryan is going to join us once again. Ryan Blackburn covers the Nuggets. He kind of bleeds. What are they? Blue and yellow, whatever you want to call it. He covers the Denver Nuggets for Mile High Sports. And like I said, we had him on the last time the Kings faced the Nuggets. And I just want to get Ryan's thoughts on what in the world is going on. We can kind of feel what they're going through in a certain way because obviously the Kings lost their coach. But this is a different level. You won a championship with this team, you know, with this core, with this coach. So how are they feeling out there in Denver? Were they surprised? And how can we relate this to what the coaching search may or may not be for your Sacramento Kings? So this is where I want to go with all of this. After 16 consecutive seasons, this is the third straight year where the Kings will be in the postseason. And we pulled the numbers a couple weeks ago. This isn't a situation where if the play-in was around in the past, the Kings would have been in the play-in. I think out of the 16 years, only 2 of those years they even would have been in the play-in. So this isn't a situation like that. And obviously you want a real series, a whole series, but I don't think anybody deep down in their heart, right, should be ashamed. And if there's a little voice in your head saying, hey, this is kind of cool, maybe I'm just a little bit excited, taking away all of the drama and garbage that the Kings had to deal with. Yes, you were hoping for a pick in the draft, but you still maybe weren't going to get it. All these things. After 16 years, this is a third straight season where when that season ends, what is it, next week, you can say, hey, we still got more games to play. And maybe it's only 1, maybe it's 2, maybe we get a whole series. But I'm going to do the thing where a lot of people should at least feel okay or possibly a little excited that your team has a chance. Is it a great chance? No, but they have a chance. And for a lot of you, you do that math right now. I just turned 35. You do that math right now. A lot of you were completely different people the last time the Kings were legit in the postseason. And now you have 3 straight years. Are the Kings where we'd all like them to be? Absolutely not. And we can still hold them accountable. We can still get ticked off. And we can still feel like, yeah, Allen's that guy that's going to let them hear it. But on a day like today, when you see the graphic go up that the Kings will be in the postseason, it's okay to be a little bit happy about that, but also be upset that we're stuck in this position. But you can be a little excited. It's okay. It's more than okay. The other thing that I thought about last night is that if you're looking at these teams and the fact that 3 through 8, what are they, separated by a game, maybe a game and a half, 2 games, whatever it is. The problem is that the Kings will have to face the Thunder, because outside of the Thunder, every team in the West should feel confident about who they have to face. I truly don't know if there is an elite team in the West, which was so bizarre because of how long the West has owned just the idea of, wow, the Western Conference is so tough. And it is. But I remember talking to Whitey Gleason about this last season, where I said, Whitey, isn't this one of the best Western conferences we've ever seen because of how close they are? And Whitey said, maybe that kind of means that nobody's great. Everybody's pretty good. Last season, a 5th seed goes to the finals. So unfortunately, the Kings, if they do get through, they will have a date with the Thunder, who are unproven. I know they're ridiculously good, but who are unproven. You should feel really good about everything going on in the Western Conference, because nobody knows what's going on. If you want to go to Reno and close your eyes and pick a team, why not? The 2 seed is the Thunder. We don't know what the heck they're going to do. Or excuse me, the Rockets. We don't know what they're going to do. The Nuggets, the Grizzlies, the Lakers, all these teams have problems. All these teams have problems. Warrior fans are complaining Jimmy doesn't shoot enough. Buddy Hield has forgotten how to pass the ball to Steph Curry. So when you talk about the parity in the league and in the Western Conference, I have no clue where to go. Unless you're just going to go with, hey, the Thunder have been the best, we're going to rock with that. No clue where to go. Throughout this show, next 4 hours, we have an update on Malik Monk, on Keegan Murray, and Jake LaRavia. We'll also get into what happened last night. My vision is still clear, people. Grizzlies are still in the play-in. We'll tell you how that ended up.
Visions are clear now.
That's right, Paul Atreides. And we will discuss who plays tonight, as obviously the Nuggets have a huge game coming up. Also want to get into how desirable is that Kings job compared to some of the other jobs that may or may not be available or are already available, and whether or not the Kings are quote unquote built for championship culture. Does that term get used a little bit too much? And of course, we end the show with the Kings Nuggets preview. Ryan Blackburn will join us at, he said 11, what did he say? 1 p.m. Mountain Time. So 12 o'clock our time. And he said, quote, it should be fun, LOL. So that's going to be a great time. 4 hours with you. We'll be right back. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Visit SacktownSports.com and join the Sacktown Sports 1140 newsletter.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half. And if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports. Oops, I did it again. Taking you up to 2 p.m.
Allen Stiles.
It's, you know what? Doing it remote, it's a little different, I will say. You can give me a little break, or you don't have to, Kyle. You do not have to. And
But that's like saying you don't have to, have the dog not get in trouble for peeing on the carpet. Like we gotta train you to stop doing it.
No, because it is the same if the dog wasn't in its normal home. Okay, you took the dog traveling, so things are a little bit different. That's all. That's all.
So you get a pass because you're not on your normal carpet.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. 916-339-1140. And did want to get to some of these updates on Jake LaRavia and Malik Monk and Keegan Murray. This is from Jason Anderson. This came out, of course, after our show yesterday. Sacramento Kings guard Malik Monk has been ruled out for Wednesday's game against the Denver Nuggets due to calf soreness. Jake LaRavia is also out. Keegan Murray is questionable. And I'm starting to get a little bit worried, honestly, about all three of them. I mean, we've been worried about Jake LaRavia, and we kind of knew what was coming with Jake LaRavia. But Terrence Davis is a very, very interesting ad. And we'll discuss what it means for the Kings. Obviously, we still see some people talking about the fact that the Kings still go after a shooting guard. And what does this say about what happened to Malik Monk and how they feel about the calf soreness? I'm to the point now, I just really feel bad for Malik Monk and everything that has kind of happened with him and Luka sitting on him at the end of the season and how things have kind of gone since then for it. And I just have no clue what to expect from the Jake LaRavia part. We already kind of mentioned that, but Keegan Murray as well. If I'm not mistaken, this is not the first time Keegan has had some back stuff. And I feel like we're to the point where he's 24 years old. I think he might be 25 now. I do wonder, hey, is this a thing? Is this something that we may or may not have to worry about moving forward? So to see that report come out yesterday was not great. I also want to discuss whether or not we're to the point where we're going to do the thing. And if, let's say, the Kings win tonight, or it's a really good game where the system is starting to figure itself out. And even though Keegan is not a shooting guard, and we know what Keegan brings to the table offensively and defensively, do we have to worry about when Keegan returns? I'm not saying I currently am worrying, right? It is a 3-game winning streak. It's not as if they've won 10 in a row without Keegan or anything like that. But I do think it's worth the conversation because this team has had to change how it plays about 25 times this season, whether it's because of injury or because of trades and things like that. So just really haven't seen them roll whole. And I'm curious, based on when Keegan gets back, it could be tonight, how all of that may look. 916-339-1140. To prove that the phone lines are open, JR is on the line and wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, JR? What you got for us?
Did Kyle compare you to a bad dog peeing on a carpet?
You know, I was going to let him go, but I really shouldn't have.
Hey, so here's the deal. I'm going to my first A's game here in Sacramento. I'm excited.
Okay.
And, of course, anytime the Padres lose a game, I like it as a Giants fan. So fully a go to watch this. First time excited because, A, complimentary tickets, B, it's going to be like 70 degrees and perfect here at 12:35. So
there you go.
I'll give you a feedback on how it goes. This will be fun. And then the other thing, you said completely different people. Last time really Kings were competitive. I was a young father. Now I have 2 men that have graduated already. They get to deal with my misery. And you just got to go with the one opportunity, right? You remember last year when we crushed the Warriors? God, we just crushed them. It was horrible. Poor Warriors and their fans were out of the playoffs. We totally dominated them again and a game. And it's just funny how that was so much fun, and watching the Warriors lose and go away so quickly last year when we crushed them and their fans had to deal with that horrible loss and the reality that we crushed them so bad. And crushing them is fun. I'd love to play them again this year and crush them again.
Hey, and you might get your wish. You might get your wish, JR. And I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody does. It's going to be tough for the Kings to get out of the play, and we understand that. I was just trying to give people a little bit of context, not that you need it coming from me, and you've been covering or fans of the Kings for a very long time. But when I saw the graphics, I don't know. It just made me feel, hey, it's been a really long season. we understood where the Kings were at. They made some decisions. You can still keep them accountable, but be happy about where you're at. At least you're getting to play and you're getting an opportunity, and they might go ahead and beat those Mavericks. And after that, you get a winner go home game and the door is right there for you. So, it looked a bit grim for a second, and the way they're playing, they're teasing us. They're definitely teasing us again. And we will see if they end up finishing the job this time, the way they weren't able to last time. So great stuff from JR. The Kings got to get healthy. And I don't know if it's too late to even say that. I'm starting to really wonder, Stephen A will say the black cat running around the Cowboys. And I think some people might say there's a black cat running around the Sacramento Kings, but just 2 years in a row where last year, at least you knew what it was, right? I'm trying to think of anything else popped up, but Malik was out, Kevin Huerter was out, and you kind of just rocked and rolled from there. This season, you really don't know who it's going to be. Domantas Sabonis missing games. Keegan Murray missing games late. It's really been more whack-a-mole this season. And then you have Malik Monk, who you can kind of just mark that he's probably going to miss some time at some point, whether it's a random game or a random 2 games. Crazy enough, and this is kind of what we hoped and expected, what DeMar DeRozan has done at 35, 36 years old. He had his back situation at the beginning of the season, but besides that, and obviously knock on wood, but he has been Mr. Reliable. He's been the guy that the Kings have been able to depend on. You can not really like the way he plays his game at times. You can think that they are way too DeMar dependent. I know I don't necessarily like the ISO at all times, but I got to give him his just due. That guy is available, and that's who he's been throughout his whole career. When we saw the beginning of the season, I think we were worried because it was his back as well, but he's really just been out there and you can just depend on him. And the other thing is, this isn't just playing a 6-man role at 25 minutes a game. This brother is playing 35 minutes, 30 minutes, 32 minutes, 37 minutes every single game. So he's the one guy that I feel like the Kings have been able to depend on. And maybe that's also why they get in these clutch situations, or when they don't know what else to do, it's, hey, give it to DeMar. He's the one guy we know is going to be out on the floor every single game. And I kind of feel that as well. So let's see if the Kings can kind of keep this thing rolling against the Nuggets. Obviously, they have clinched the play-in, but they have not necessarily clinched the 9 seed. And we would all love to see the Kings in Golden One Center and see if they can get it done the same way they did last season. Let's discuss that ridiculous grouping between the 3 and the 8 seed when we return. A little bit of pocket watching, if you will, and the Grizzlies, most importantly, stay in the play-in. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Your old HVAC system could be costing you a fortune in energy bills and repair bills. Right now, Sierra Pacific is offering deep discounts, saving homeowners thousands of dollars. Savings that won't be available later this year, but you must act fast. We have to fill openings in our schedule next week. This limited time offer is only available if you book your installation for next week. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Sierra Pacific and lock in your savings today.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air. The guys in the big red trucks.
The sewer system. It's probably the last thing on your mind, and that's okay. Because at the Sacramento Area Sewer District, it's our first priority. As the region's largest sewer utility, We own and maintain thousands of miles of sewer pipe. And our job is to get to your sewer problem before it interrupts your life. So whether you've got a slow drain or a backup, call us first, day or night. The Sacramento Area Sewer District. It's a dirty job, but we're happy to do it.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. Ram Truck Month, it's back. Chad, tell me about the deals happening at Hoblet.
Only Hoblet can get you a deal this good on the best selection of new Ram trucks. Right now, save up to $15,000 off MSRP on the new 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman Sports. And with 500 new Ram trucks available, your perfect Ram is waiting for you at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center.
And aren't you the #1 Ram truck dealer in California?
Yeah, we consistently rank #1 in California thanks to our unique selection of Ram trucks. Plus, people love our new certified pre-owned super center with over 200 vehicles available and over 50 under $20,000.
There's only one thing to do. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
15,000 total net savings after 10,000 factory rebates and 5,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 8,000 West and National Consumer Cash, 1,500 Conquest dealer cash. Must own or lease Ford, Chevy, or GMC brand vehicle. 500 on-the-job upfit. Must show proof of $500 eligible upfit. 5,000 net savings. Sample VIN 616-182. See dealer for details.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Spring has sprung, and now is the best time to spruce up your home. Between spring cleaning and evaluating your home, it is the perfect time to reach out to the folks at the Overhead Door Company of Sacramento. Jason Ross here, and I'm so glad we did. We reached out, and we're now about a month in to our brand new garage doors. Now, first off, we improved our curb appeal. They look great, and it's one of the first things people notice when they approach your home. A new, modern, stylish garage door can improve the overall appearance of your home, just like it did for us. Also, how about this for a nice benefit? The return of investment. A new garage door is high on the return of investment home improvement project list. It's one of the more cost-effective upgrades you can make to improve your home's value. Hey, see for yourself. Check out their products. Go to the showroom at 6756 Franklin Boulevard and ask about the Sacktown Sports Special. Overhead Door Company of Sacramento, the genuine, the original overhead door. Always look for the red ribbon logo.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
On a beautiful Wednesday, a lot of people keep talking about the possibility to double dip with the A's and the Kings playing. Hey, if you got it like that, then shout out to you. If you want to double dip like that, if your bank account is doing what it needs to do, I'm happy for you. Go to the
They're
A's
offering a $60 special.
I saw that. Go to the A's game, then go to the Kings game and enjoy yourself. But I mean, obviously you'd have to take the day off work as well. So if you got that set up, then I am happy for you for sure. Real quick, I did want to kind of just speak on something. And a lot of people that are listening, I know we have a lot of car listeners, and where things kind of fall on the social media scale, how how things make it there from if you're in your car versus if you're a YouTube viewer, things like that. I got a couple people reaching out to me yesterday about some jokes that were said about me on a different station, and I want to thank people for reaching out, just letting me know, hey, your name is in their mouth. But I've always kind of said the same thing. It's me versus me. I don't really need to give any of that energy or throw any jokes back. Surprisingly, I'm too old for that, so I don't know what that says about them. So nothing to say there, but thank you for reaching out and letting me know that my name is being talked about. So I appreciate you there. As we get back into what the Kings are looking at, it was quite the night in the Western Conference. The Warriors took care of business, and they beat the brakes off the Suns, who Bradley Beal said they essentially gave up. And you have the Nuggets, who did not play. So after last night, the Clippers are in the 4 seed, not just the 5 seed, the 4 seed, but the Clippers are in the 4 seed. The Warriors are in the 5 seed. The Nuggets are in the 6 seed. The Grizzlies are in the 7 seed. Timberwolves are in the 8 seed, and the Kings are in the 9 seed. So right now, there is no way. And it's kind of interesting. Basically, I was reading something, and it had a bunch of percentages going into last night's game. And the Timberwolves, they still have, based on how easy their schedule is, a 27% chance. And I think what blew it for them is they had a 27% chance to be the 4 seed going into last night's game. The Timberwolves go on to blow a double-digit lead. I think it might have been 20 points, and they blow that lead to the Bucks. So they've really kind of tricked off a situation. They have the Grizzlies next. So this kind of becomes a must-win for the Timberwolves. If the Warriors win out, they will be the 5 seed. Same with the Clippers, but the Warriors and Clippers, I believe, will play each other one more time. So the Timberwolves really kind of messed things up for themselves. Now they have to beat the Grizzlies, and we'll see what happens there. This thing is a complete mess. The Nuggets, all of these teams kind of control their destiny, but some of these teams face off against each other before it's all said and done, and some don't. So the Nuggets, they control their destiny if they win out. So if they lose to the Kings, that could ruin everything. So there is a real possibility that those two teams, I feel if you look at who the Warriors have next, and I know a lot of you want to, I know JR just called in and really wants to see the Warriors again in the play-in. I'm not of that mindset. I don't necessarily want to see the Warriors in the play-in. I like what the Kings did last season. I just want to stick with that. And the Warriors, they have the Spurs today. Then they have the Trailblazers on Friday, and then they close with that Clippers team. So if the Warriors win out, and it's the same with the Clippers, and obviously they end the same way because they play each other, one of them will be the 5 seed. So I think what it turns into is the winner is the 5 seed, and the loser, based on what other teams do, could be the 7 seed. And that would obviously put them in the play-in. So a lot of different things have been kind of rolling around. And I know I sound crazy, but the Nuggets a little wounded right now with everything that happened. There's a lot of speculation. Jokic never has really gotten talked about as far as the type of leader he is or how people should view him, because his numbers are so crazy. It just gets ignored, which is kind of funny because apparently Michael Malone was ignoring some things too because of how good Jokic is. And you could make the argument that that's okay. And some people would make the argument saying that that's not okay. It depends on who you ask. So for me, I don't want to see the Nuggets. And you notice it's not me being disrespectful. It's not me still having my ties to the Bay Area. It's very, very simple. Okay. It's very, very simple to me. The two teams that I said I do not want to see in the play-in both have jewelry. They both have rings. That's it. That's it. Between the 4 all the way down to the 8. There's only 2 teams I don't want to see with how the Kings are playing right now. And both those teams have had parades. It's very simple to me. So if you haven't had a parade, I'm not really worrying about it. My priority list would be to face the Grizzlies. But besides that, I will settle for the Timberwolves or the Clippers. I think the Timberwolves, one note, the Timberwolves, like I said, at Grizzlies and Nets Jazz, they've played such a soft schedule. Maybe that's why last night they weren't really used to being in the throes of it with a competitive team. And obviously the Bucks are missing Dame, so they're not even fully loaded. The Clippers, they have a game against the Rockets, then they're at Kings, okay, and then they're at Warriors. So the Clippers, to me, have the best chance to not be that 4 seed, not be that 5 seed that they always are, just based on who they have. You see what I'm saying? So the Rockets, obviously, they've been rolling. Kings, you never know what could happen. They almost lost. They should have lost to the Kings. And then the Warriors, that'll just be a really good game to end the season and could very well be the game that keeps one of them out of the play-in and a game that kicks one of them into the play-in. So, Kyle, when you look at this grouping and what I kind of mentioned before, do you agree with me that there's only one elite team in the West?
I would agree only in the sense because there's only 3 elite teams this year. If you made me pick more elite teams, I'd probably go with Western Conference teams before you get to the East, but I would argue, just by record standpoint, there's only 3 elite teams. Also, shout out to the Rockets. They've won like 16 of their last 18 after losing to the Kings without Sabonis. They've just been on an absolute heater right now, and nobody's going to believe in them. And I understand why nobody's going to believe in them, but they've been absolutely incredible going into the playoffs. But I would say, yes, because no one believes in the Rockets, I would agree with that assessment.
But
and
do you believe it? You can believe in the Rockets.
I believe. See, here's what's so tough about it right now. I'm looking at our playoff probabilities report thing, our favorite little breakdown of playoff chances. Literally, the Kings have a better chance of making the playoffs right now. Like not just getting to the play-in, like making the playoffs, winning in the play-in. The Kings have a better chance of doing that than any team 4 through 8 does at being any spot 4 through 8 right now. Like, it's just absolute chaos. Like, no one has better than a 20% chance of being in any spot. It could be any matchup, which is why I'm having a hard time figuring out, because, like, if the Rockets play the Clippers, I think they're going to lose. If the Rockets play the Grizzlies, I think they're going to win. So that's kind of the tough part of saying I think the Rockets will do this or that right now. But I would say the Thunder are the only team I truly, truly believe in at this point. And Golden State would probably be second on that list.
Yeah, if you have to throw that many caveats in for the Rockets, then you can't really call them elite, which you ended up not doing. And that's why it's tough, man. And going into next season, I know we keep joking about Wemby is coming. Going into next season, if the Thunder don't kind of put their foot down and say, this is our league, if another random 4 seed or 5 seed gets to the finals, I think it kind of changes how I feel about the Kings' future. I know a lot of people will sit there and say, hey, they just don't have the horses, and I get all that, but you would have the 2 teams that would be the outliers would be obviously any team that goes out and gets KD, if KD stays in the West. Besides that, you would say, okay, the Warriors have a full season with Jimmy Butler, but those dudes are pretty close to a nursing home. So I don't really see them being any better than a 4 or 5 seed even next season. They're going to miss time. It just is what it is. The other team has one guy almost close to a nursing home in LeBron James, and they have Luka. That's the other team that they made acquisitions, so we'll see what happens there. Besides that, yeah, if the Rockets get KD or whoever wins the KD sweepstakes, that could alter things. But the Kings, if we come out of this next offseason and nothing really changes besides Wemby coming into the fold and wherever Kevin Durant goes. What if Kevin Durant goes to an Eastern? We keep hearing about him with the Heat. if Kevin Durant goes to the Heat, I don't think you have to worry about the Suns anymore. Not that you have to worry about them now, but the Suns are now done. And you would sit there and say, I still don't see. That's still Wemby in year 3 and De'Aaron Fox, who knows if they do something else. I would still say that going into next season, unless the Thunder win the whole thing or the Rockets, somebody new, I would go into next season saying, look, I don't think the Kings necessarily are good enough, but I don't know who's good enough because every season in the West, it's somebody else, unless the Thunder say it's us and everybody else. And I think that's the pressure on the Thunder this season to do that. But in a weird way, I kind of feel better about the Kings. And if I feel better, we know that ownership and the powers that be feel better, because if all teams are good, that means no team is great. And the Kings probably feel like, hey, to do the great thing, that's where you got to tank and draft, but we could be good. We could be good and get hot. The West is filled with a bunch of be good and get hot teams, which is exactly where the Kings want to be. We did not get to Chrissy's cuts yesterday because of the Mike Malone news, but we will get to it on the other side as we are still basking in the glow of the Kings' 3-game winning streak and clinching the play-in. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
It's the final days of the spring sales event. Drive home your new Honda before the deals and the new Hondas disappear. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
This is an important announcement to anyone facing $10,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS or state. Struggling taxpayers can now take advantage of special tax relief programs that could resolve your tax problem, stop collections, and significantly reduce the amount you owe if you qualify. Get the relief you need today during these hard economic times. Call Community Taxes Relief Hotline now at 800-908-4758. That's 800-908-4758.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you ready to unlock your business's potential? Hey, I'm Allen Stiles, and you can do that with Roxas Technology Solutions. Their mission is to empower growth through cutting-edge, reliable, and scalable technology. They tailor solutions to enhance efficiency and foster innovation, ensuring your business thrives in the digital age. Located in Sacramento, their dedicated team is ready to partner with you for your long-term success. Transform your business now. Go to roxtech.com. That's WROXTECH.com. Rox Tech. Tomorrow's technology at your fingertips today.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Getting to my beloved text line for the first time on this show, 916-339-1140, if you want to be a part of the conversation. The text line says, now Denver has less class than the Kings. Yes or no? Does Denver have less class than the Kings now? They say because they fired their head coach who won the title 2 years ago. And that's pretty much it. I mean, it depends, man. I was really surprised that they got rid of both of them. I really was. 916, a different 916 says the play-in is kind of messed up. I mean, the Clippers basically won 10 more games than the Mavs, yet the Mavs could beat them in one game and get in. Yeah, I hear you on that one. Oh, that's from Folsom Mike. Folsom Mike. I saw the rest of the text come in. I hear you, Folsom Mike. The whole idea, though, is for these teams that when you're trying to make an 82-game season worthwhile and bring that urgency that an NFL or a college football season has, or even March Madness, if you will, this has helped it because you can't coast. All these teams in this position would be coasting because you can't fall to because you couldn't fall to what? Out of it, the 9 seed. You couldn't fall to where the Kings are at. So in turn, you're not watching whoever team it is. If you know, hey, my team is the Timberwolves, and this season's different because things are so close. The Timberwolves could be the 7 seed or the 4 seed, and that's not typically how it goes, but they're just trying to add urgency. I understand why teams should be upset in certain situations, but in other situations, if you're the Kings or the Mavs, and look at the Mavs. I mean, the Mavs, obviously, we're not talking about the front office, and they have that huge homecoming with Luka. Going to be a lot of Luka fans out there when they take each other on. But I mean, look at the fans. They didn't deserve what has happened. And then after they trade for Anthony Davis, he gets injured. So that season would have just been completely destroyed. You can make the argument that maybe the Mavs deserve it because of what the front office did, but I'm thinking about the fans, and the fans don't deserve it. At least the fans get to sit there and still feel good about the Mavs being in one more game, and they could host it. So I understand the take, and if your team is the Warriors or is the Timberwolves or is the Clippers, yeah, I would be heated too, because that play-in is no joke. You don't know what could happen. But if you're the person out there that complains about, oh, well, teams don't take it seriously or the 82-game whatever, do I think 82 games is too much? Probably. But I also think Major League Baseball has too many games. That's just who I am. I want the most urgent situations possible. And if you're not going to cut down on the games, which they're not because of TV deals and things like that, this is the next best thing. You love it when your team has an opportunity and has a chance, and you hate it when it's keeping your team from feeling comfortable. So I understand you on that. All right, Kyle, let's get back to how we felt last night, a couple nights ago, as the Kings took down the Detroit Pistons with a little bit of Christie's Cuts.
Really, really big and good win for us from the standpoint that Malik goes down after a few minutes, and I mean across the board, guys stepped up. Zach and Debo carry us. Domas with a triple-double. And, that is a really good, well-coached, physical team at home at the end of a road trip. And those are the type of games that if we want to think about doing what we've talked about, we must come in and play and compete at a high level, especially after back-to-back. So super, super proud and excited for our guys to just, not back down, stay with the physicality. We're not complaining to referees. We know how they play, and we come here to win a ball game. They got going in the first half, and we hung around and hung in there and just make sure that we came out in the second half and hit first. And I thought the guys, after scoring that many in the first half, you come out and you hold them to 45. They did a really, really solid job. The basketball universe, man, is it's an interesting thing. I mean, life in general, but I tell them sometimes you get what you need and not what you want. We want to play well all the time, but obviously in that moment there were many things with us that needed to be discussed and needed to be, like that's a part of our game that needs to evolve as well. And I think it took a low point like that to make us address it. And I told them after the next win, after that loss, and we go to Charlotte, I said, listen, I'm super proud and impressed that a group of young men can come together and discuss things like men and then go out and trust each other enough that the words back up with actions. Those are powerful, powerful things, man. And when you get a group of people that believe in each other, that trust each other, that love each other, and I know that they do because I hear them on the plane, I hear them on the bus. I haven't heard this type of communication like that since I played here, and it's been a long while. But that type of love can carry you through a lot of different things. And make no mistake, in this NBA, there's going to be ups and downs. But if you want to be able to stabilize the ship, you got to lock arms and hold each other accountable and love each other up. JV was down there, man. Like, if there were sound effects to what was going on down there, that would have been, listen, Big Stu is about that life. You know what I'm saying? I love him. I watched him at Washington, so I know he is from me being from Seattle. But every time the shot goes up, everyone's looking at that. But if you actually looked in there, you would see that it was grown man's business being handled in there. And then Devin continues to impress, man. He comes in, he sacrifices his body. He's right in people's face. He's chesting up. Even with Stu, had to calm him down, but like he's not backing down. And those are the things that come off of our bench, because some nights we might not have it, or maybe even not have it early, and you need that bump. And both of them, they brought that this evening.
Sometimes you get what you need and not what you want. I do miss, as the Kings struggled a little bit here, over the last month before the nice run that they've been having this week and last week. I do miss Doug Christie and his bars. Some of his quotes are so good, and obviously that one a lot of people have heard before. You get what you need and not what you want. But that just rings through and rings true throughout so many different facets of life. And you can tell, I mean, again, we said what last week, one of the best Christie's cuts that we had heard. I think that might have been after the Cavs game. And this one as well, he's just giving us more of a look into what's going on, right? There's no conversation. Last season, there was a players' meeting. No, we're not hearing these official situations. There's no Haynes brief or anything like that. But what we are understanding is that this team is trying to take some accountability. They know they're not playing well. They do care, and they're trying to do something about it. And we're seeing what they're trying to do about it time and time again. Every time they take the floor, we'll see what happens tonight. I don't even know if they're going to beat the Nuggets. The Nuggets really need this game, and the Kings have been playing really well. But either way, at least we're seeing some form of evolution from the interim Beam team. 11 o'clock hour coming up next. It's a simple question, and we're going to open up the phone lines for this simple question. 916-339-1140. How desirable is the Kings job? If you were an NBA coach that didn't need the job per se, or you had your pick of the litter, how desirable is the Kings job? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cone Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Rox Tech, Michelob Ultra, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITPFest.com.
You know the old early bird and worm thing? Well, here's an early bird special and Bonnie's lowest price of the year. Imagine an entire new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as, ready, $11,789. Take advantage of that. $11,789. Hurry though, this is a limited offer and ends April 15th. The sooner you act, the sooner you save. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
Save $12,000 off MSRP on new 2025 Silverado 1500 LT at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter after all rebates. And Maida Chevy still has one of the largest selections in the Sacramento area with $12,000 off new Silverado exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
5 savings plus trade in 2011 or newer. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
Great deal at Maida.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. After Tommy John surgery in May 2024, Ken Waldachuk began a bullpen progression on March 4th. He continues to throw off the mound and remains in line for a potential return to the major leagues around June. Zach Geloff got his cast removed from his hand fracture and has started light workouts. A 4 to 6 week timeline is about the standard for such injuries, but Zach Geloff hopes to be back sooner. On the court, Devin Carter has been listed as day-to-day with a shoulder contusion and will be listed as questionable for the time being. This injury report was brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hi, I'm Allen Stiles. Injured at work? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, California's leading injury law firm. With over 40 lawyers throughout California, they've won over $500 million in settlements. Downtown LA Law Group will get you compensation for your work injury. You don't pay unless they win. That's right. You pay $0 up front. Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. Visit them at calldowntown.com.
I love this time of year when the azaleas begin to bloom and the singing birds' sweet dawn chorus remind us that blue skies and sunshine are at hand. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. In sports, the definition for the word master is one who's achieved a high degree of skill, and that will be on display in the highly anticipated golf tournament. In the furniture business, a master is a highly skilled craftsman, an artist even, whose work is coveted by those who appreciate design, quality, and durability. John Keyes was the mastermind of Naturewood Home Furnishings. He knew that you wanted your home to reflect your personal style, whether that was a plain coffee table or a masterpiece for you to enjoy forever. That's why when you walk into Naturewood Home Furnishings, you'll find the largest and best selection of the highest quality home furnishings in Northern California. Masterful. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
The Napoleon Stainless Steel Prestige 500 connected propane grill with infrared side and rear burner is a dynamic evolution in grilling. Featuring Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connectivity, it brings you closer to your grilling experience than ever before. The Napoleon Connected lets you monitor temperature, set timers, and receive high temp warnings all from your smartphone. With temperature probes and LCD display, you'll always know exactly what's happening inside your grill. Napoleon's LED control knobs even illuminate for nighttime, entertaining, and feature safety glow. Napoleon Grills. Simply the best.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Sacramento Kings basketball.
Takes it to the rack and scores. The Kings have regained the lead.
A run to the playoffs.
To the free throw line, pulls up 15-footer. He's got the two-pointer.
On Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
How desirable is the Kings coaching position? And that's assuming that it's even going to be open. Of course, the Kings, I would say, very happy with what Doug Christie is doing, especially to end the season this way. It got a little squirrely there for a second, but he was able to turn it around. We love how he motivates the team. We love how he gets the team going. And I do think that they will keep Doug Christie. But from the other side now, with Michael Malone now available, and we know Michael Malone probably doesn't want to come back to the Kings. But
hell no. Hell no. Hell no.
I get you, Mike. But even with that being said, that's another name in the hat who probably goes to the top of the list, I would say. I mean, he's the most recent champion out of the other top coaches that are available. So now if you're a Taylor Jenkins, if you're a Budenholzer, and I love that we're talking about Budenholzer even though the season's not over yet, but we're just throwing him in the mix. If you're But we know if you're one of these guys and you get a call from Monty McNair, we think, or Vivek Ranadive, are you picking up? How do you feel when you look at the other? And that's the other thing. We're going to do this exercise a couple times, but I was excited to do it based on what happened yesterday with Michael Malone. But the reality is we don't know if the Spurs job is going to be available. Would you say if the Spurs job is available, Kyle, that's the number one desirable job?
Let me think about all the possible openings real quick. My first instinct is yes. If the Spurs job is open and you have a chance to coach Wemby and be part of that culture. But the only thing that makes me pause is you never want to be the guy who succeeds the guy, but then the flip side is Mitch Johnson, the current coach, is kind of already the guy who's succeeded the guy since he's been the coach for pretty much the entire season.
Yeah, we saw and we've seen it happen in different situations, whether it's coaching or playing. I've always said, I've always liked this guy. Didi Gregorius was actually pretty darn good at baseball. The problem was he was the shortstop after Derek Jeter. So it was never going to work. But he was actually pretty darn good at baseball. But you follow up a legend, and you actually perform better than the legend did in their last year. But it doesn't matter. That type of stuff doesn't matter because of how they're remembered. So I hear you on that one, Kyle. I do think most people would take that chance over obviously over Sacramento, but over a normal a Jordy situation with the Nets or something like that.
Well, here's the flip side. I think I've given it some thought. Like the Sixers job sucks right now, all that stuff. Suns job sucks. Which would you rather take if you're a coach? And this obviously isn't a Michael Malone one, but the chance to coach Jokic now or the chance to coach Wemby for potentially the next 5 years?
That's a good one. That's a good one. I would say you got to act now. And based on what we're being shown, I would argue I would maybe argue the Nuggets just because it's a what have you done for me lately league. And I don't really know what the Spurs timeline is with Wemby. If you don't win one in 3 years, is that too long? Or 2 years, or 1 year, or 5 years? I don't know what the Spurs timeline is with Wemby when they feel like they should be winning. At least with the Nuggets, hey, I know the word on the street is that you guys are cheap, but if you want to win now, we got to go now. And I would guess that you're going to support me to some degree. And even if you don't, Jokic is at least going to get you to a spot where you'll have a chance.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. And this is the other quiet part about the Spurs of it all is people are like, oh, but this is such a well-run, culture-based organization. The Spurs quietly changed ownership a few years ago.
Everybody.
You
talking about that Foxy character?
Just saying. Everyone loves being in San Antonio.
Everyone
wants to be in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Come in, doesn't matter.
I know. They go back to the Riverwalk.
But they also changed ownership recently is the larger point. So I don't know whether that's still going to persist, whether they've made the same commitment to spending. We're going to find that out over the next few years. With Denver, I feel like Denver's kind of showing their hand right now. With Memphis is the other one that's kind of weird. Like you have an executive of the year running the organization, but he's also kind of like the front face of the organization. I don't know what to do with Memphis. So I would say it's Spurs and Nuggets are the two most desirable jobs. Unless like the Clippers job comes open, but other than that, it's like
I would take Tyronn Lue in a heartbeat. That goes without saying, but I don't know why they would, unless they're just doing a whole flip, just flip the whole thing.
Yeah, I think regardless, because like if Miami comes available, they'll just promote internally, et cetera, et cetera. So I would say Spurs and Nuggets are probably the two best jobs, and then Sacramento's kind of in that second tier with themselves and soon to be Phoenix and potentially Philadelphia and whoever else might move
there
on.
Too.
The Grizzlies are tough. I don't know what to do with the Grizzlies. I would say, well, actually, I'll throw the question out to you. If you're insert coach here, are you taking an interview first with the Grizzlies, or are you taking an interview first with Sacramento, acknowledging that Sacramento may also be hiring a new general manager?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just based on age. If I were to arrange them, I think it's probably the Nuggets for the reasons I just mentioned before. I would say it's Nuggets. I would say it's Spurs. And then I would probably say the Grizzlies, simply because the Grizzlies are younger. And I know Ja Morant, I don't know if you saw his grenade celebration yesterday. I mean, I
thought that was clever.
Because he can't get in trouble technically, or he probably will. We'll see what happens. But with all that being said, he's still young. Desmond Bane, Jaren Jackson Jr. You have to take the Grizzlies interview before the Kings. So I think those three are by themselves, and then I would put the Kings. I think the Kings are battling with, would you rather have the Kings job or the Suns job? That's who I think the Kings are battling with. Coaches are always going to look at the young talent. That's just what it is.
So then I think you answered your own question, which is how desirable is the Kings job? As it stands right now, the least desirable.
Right, because the Suns technically is not open yet, and the Phillies job or the Sixers job is not open yet either.
And I would still argue, though, that based on ownership, I think the Suns job, I know they've fired 4 coaches in 4 years, but I feel like the Suns job might be more desirable just based on the spending and the. I get you're going to have to trade Kevin Durant, and I get they're in a really bad spot, but the Kings are not in a great position either.
No, they're not, but expectations are also different. And, win or lose, think about it like this. The Nuggets are trying to win a championship. The Spurs, at some point soon, you're going to be wanting to make some deep runs in the playoffs. Grizzlies, I think that they feel like they should be in championship contention. The Grizzlies are basically looking at the Rockets saying, that was us. We were fighting teams, and we had all the good young talent, and we just got leapfrogged. The Thunder leapfrog everybody, so I'm not even counting them. But You have the Kings where you can say, look, man, all I got to do is make the playoffs, and we're not going to spend as much as these other teams, but I also only have to make the playoffs. Now, if I don't, I might be fired on a brand new contract, but all these coaches are getting fired anyway. So actually, the expectations for the Kings only really being at the playoff level might actually raise how desirable the job is. Would you rather go to the Grizzlies where you got to deal with grenade throwing Ja Morant and they think that you should win a championship, or go to the Kings and all you have to do is make the playoffs I feel like nobody would be banging on your door about making the playoffs and losing in the first round, at least for 3 years. But now you have to do that. Don't get me wrong, but at least for about 3 years, you're chilling.
Well, here's where I would disagree with you. Let's play out this scenario. Pick a coach. Let's say it's Budenholzer, just for the sake of the conversation. Or actually, let's say Taylor Jenkins, because Jenkins might be able to pick between jobs here. Let's say Jenkins goes with the Kings, and they make a couple tinkers, but run it back with 4 of the 5 guys that are the starters right now.
Yeah,
there's a very real possibility that 12 months from today, you and I could be sitting here talking about, in the same way you just mentioned, Houston leapfrogging, OKC leapfrogging. We could be having the same conversation about if Wemby comes back healthy and De'Aaron Fox comes back healthy, San Antonio leaping, Portland potentially leaping, the Pelicans potentially leaping.
Okay, no, come on.
It could absolutely happen. All these teams are going to try and get better next year.
Why can't the Kings leap? They can leap. Kings can leap.
I'm saying that the pressure is immediate for whoever takes that job if the call is to run it back. Because if they run it back and don't end up in the same spot they're in right now, then that coach is a one-and-done coach. And you could say that for a lot of these situations, but Sacramento's in the disadvantageous position of this is the group that's mostly coming back next year if they're going to try and do the win now thing.
Part of the reason I think that the Kings weren't thrilled with Mike Brown and why they kind of dragged their feet on giving him the extension, because I feel like they believed that their expectations were not that high compared to what they delivered to Mike Brown. They thought, we're not asking you to win a championship. We gave you enough pieces to make the playoffs, we feel, and you did not make the playoffs. That's the issue here. The Suns feel like they should win a championship because they went to a finals a couple of years ago. The Grizzlies, I think they just feel like they're worthy of making a deep run in the playoffs. All these teams feel like they are, I would say, a step beyond what the Kings are trying to do. And because of that, I think that the leapfrogging conversation is a problem for everyone. But look at it like this. Now that Mike Malone has been fired, look at Chris Finch on the Timberwolves, right? I mean, they were now, he didn't trade Karl Anthony Towns. He didn't. And Julius Randle, they had a hot go, whatever it is. Now they've cooled off. What happens if the Timberwolves fall in the play-in? Are they going to say it's on us internally for trading Karl Anthony Towns? Or are they going to say, we still feel like on paper you had enough and now you're in the play-in and you scratch into the playoffs, something like that. So these expectations I think with great power comes great responsibility. With great players comes great expectations. The Kings don't have an Anthony Edwards, a next face of the league on their team. And I think Vivek's okay with that. He just wants to hang out with DeMar DeRozan, say they're nothing like us, and get some playoff revenue. And I think that could be attractive to some coaches. And you essentially use the Kings as a stepping stone. Now, you still have to be successful in that regard and make the playoffs, but those expectations are not the same as I got to deal with Ja Morant or I got to deal with whoever it is, or we don't know what the roster is going to be for the Suns every other season, and they still want to win the championship. Or the Sixers, if Nick Nurse gets canned, we don't know if Paul George is going to play or Joel Embiid, but you better win a championship because # the process. We keep the conversation going some texts that I see I definitely want to get into. Have some audio from the Nuggets decision makers, also Ramona Shelburne, as she discusses who should be a head coach in the league next season. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hoblett of Hoblett Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Chad, what's happening for the Jeep Celebration event?
I'm excited about this, or should I say my wife is. $20,000 off MSRP on the brand new 2025 Jeep Wagoneer S. She had a chance to drive one, and she loves it. And I've not heard from anyone who doesn't love their new Wagoneer. And we have a great selection and more on the way.
I will admit, I sat in one, and it feels very luxurious.
It's nice having such a great option to help get the family wherever they need to go. And if you're looking for something else, we have you covered there too. People love our new certified pre-owned supercenter with over 200 vehicles available and over 50 under $20,000.
Whatever you need, you can get it at Hoblett. Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HoblettDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblett, period.
20,000 total net savings after 14,000 factory rebates and 6,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 7,000 CDJ federal tax credit offered by third party and subject to change without notice. Consult tax professional for eligibility. Through this net savings, sample VIN 562-884. See dealer for details.
Allen Stiles. You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140 on Sactown Sports.
How desirable is the Kings' job? Now, we don't know what all is going to be available, who all is going to be available. My first thought is, and I kind of just talked it through with everybody here, honestly, the expectations do matter. And so many of these teams have unrealistic expectations. I think that's the one thing, and that would be something that fans maybe don't like. But you could say that the expectations being where they are as a coach might be more desirable than you think. Now, you got to worry about, hey, are you spending enough money and things like that, for sure. But the idea of you got to come in somewhere and they immediately think that you're going to win the whole thing, or, hey, well, we got to the second round with Ja Morant, so you need to get to the Western Conference. Think about it. They're firing coaches that have gone to the second round. They're firing coaches that have won championships. Okay? So what are they going to think, or what are they going to expect you to do? That's all I'm saying. The Kings fired a coach who was in the play-in and lost in the first round of the playoffs prior to that. So he's just saying, I just want to be better than that. I don't necessarily need to get to the Western Conference Finals immediately or win the whole thing. I'm not saying for fans. I'm saying if you're a coach out there and you're looking at all these teams that have crazy expectations. Now, do they react well, or have the Kings reacted well to not meeting those expectations? I don't think so, but maybe that's because they don't feel their expectations are that high. From the 510, a couple texts to read through here. Alan, that's a great question, but as a Kings fan and very loyal Kings fan, I would not want the job because you're not going to do better than Doug. In my opinion, I think that he is the right fit for the team, and he brings the chemistry and leadership. I like Doug. The simple fact that you can walk up into the team store in section 28 and buy a Doug Christie jersey speaks volumes, in my opinion. Thanks, Alan. Great show. That's from the 510. Hey, I agree with you, 510, and I'm not saying to move off of Doug. This is more about would another coach want the job. I do think there are coaches out there that feel like they could do a better job. It sounds, 510, that you just don't want Doug to be removed, and I don't think that he will be. I think this last stretch speaks volumes for him. I think it was getting maybe a little dicey, but I do believe that Doug will be the head coach. And later on, once we know who all is available, we'll make a list of coaches you should be worried about if they are interested, because there are certain coaches. I'll be honest, this is a championship guy, but once you kind of bounce around a little bit, I don't know if Mike Budenholzer being a championship coach, I do not know if Vivek looks at him and says, yeah, I want him over Doug, right? When you apply to certain jobs and they ask you questions in the job interview that have nothing really to do with the job. Now, they got to be careful. Can't have any HR violations. But when they ask you certain questions that don't have anything to do with your experience, don't have anything to do with how good you are at Excel or at Salesforce, whatever it is, they're asking you about, hey, what's your social life like? Hey, how do you like to work on projects? They're trying to figure out, do you enjoy the happy hours, right? Do you feel like you'd attend those? They're trying to figure out if you're a culture fit. And when I look at some of the other coaches available to that point from the 510, and they would look both ways, because Doug ain't new to this. He's true to this. He's been a part of this. So it goes both ways. And I don't know if Mike Budenholzer, albeit an NBA champion coach, would be a good culture fit. And I think that Mike Budenholzer may or may not tell you that. He still has a job, by the way, but he's just the example we're using. And I don't know if the Kings would feel the same way, right? The Kings might say, I don't think Mike Budenholzer is the guy. I don't think he's the culture fit. Yeah, he's got more accolades than Doug, but any of these guys will. So you have to look at other things. From the 916, hey, Allen, I think the Kings job is more desirable than Denver because at least you won't get fired for winning an NBA title. He didn't get fired for winning an NBA title. He got fired after winning an NBA title. He got fired for fighting with the GM. And we have some sound we're about to play as well. Fighting with the GM and I guess treating certain players differently. I do feel like that is interesting. If you're going to be the Mike Malone guy and say that kids, they're full of bleep and they don't want to be coached. But then on the other side, the reports are that he treated Jokic a completely different way. That's really not the throwback old school coach thing, right? The old school coach thing is, I don't care. And I don't know why most coaches just have a country accent to me, but I don't care if you score 2 points a game or 20, you get on that line, we're doing liners. That's what I think of. But you can't do that and call players out, but then allegedly you were treating Jokic differently. Should you treat Jokic differently? I probably agree with that, but you can't do that and then also be I'm the old school coach guy. So I don't get that. The 916 says now that the long tenured coaches seem to be a thing of the past, will players have to adjust to that expectation of stability in the coaching staff and front office? You know why that's a great point, 916? Because wouldn't you make the argument that these players are starting to become accustomed to that based on the transfer portal? These dudes every year have different teammates, different coaches. So I do think, I don't know if that's where you were going with it, but I do think if anything, they are prepared for that. They're used to that because none of these kids are going to have the same coach for more than 2 years anyway. Do I think that's the way to go? No. Do I think we're moving towards a different coaching model? Not necessarily. I know I saw something out of the champion coaches since COVID. I think the only one, it was Steve Kerr and one other coach. So obviously things have been changing. Maybe it was Spoelstra.
Well, it's not just that, Allen. It's if Pop doesn't end up returning, which is a very real possibility.
Pop, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Only Kerr and Spoelstra will be hired before the pandemic.
It's crazy. Maybe there is a new model, or maybe, and I'm going to get old here, you got another grace coming, this microwave society doesn't want to wait things out. We will hear from Ramona Shelburne and what the Nuggets had to say. Yeah, they had a press conference right after they fired these guys. I know, pretty interesting. Let's talk about it when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Hey, everybody, it's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. All right, I know what you're thinking. Here we go again, another Drapes commercial for his guys and girls down there at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. But trust me, listen to this. Whether you're in the market for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, they'll take care of you. Trust me, they got certified pre-owned vehicles starting at 3.49 APR on select 2021, 22, and 23 models. And take it from me, when you go to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton, you leave out feeling like you're valued, like they trust you, like they care for you. Matter of fact, it's like they're your family. That's right. So for over 30 years, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has been there for the entire community. And get this, it's not that far away, guys. Just a short drive down I-5, or of course, online anytime at mbfstockton.com. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton and tell them Drape sent you.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
The PGA Club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
You're home for Kings Talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Want to get to some of this sound, and we will hear from Ryan Blackburn, who covers the Nuggets in 30 minutes. We want to hear some of this sound as far as how the league is reacting to the Mike Malone firing. And the first thing we want to get to is Josh Kroenke and him breaking down kind of those decisions. And I know a lot of people, we go back and forth on how things went down with the Kings, but Josh Kroenke, the Nuggets owner, wanted to kind of break some of this down, and we have that audio. Here it is.
Wanted to try to figure out a way to potentially squeeze as much juice out of the rest of the season as possible. After talking with my father in recent days, we came to the decision that we were going to be changing these roles at the end of the season. With that thinking in our mind that we know that we're going to be changing these roles at the end of the season, then your mind then turns to, well, what is the best decision for this group right now? From that point forward, I think that, I became comfortable with the thinking of, let's try to shake this tree and squeeze as much out of this as we can.
I think the thing that I'm still confused about is just the idea of, and I can't wait to ask Ryan Blackburn this, essentially firing someone based on what you think is going to happen. Like, you don't know that the Nuggets were going to lose early in the playoffs. You don't know that. What you do know is that Mike Malone has won a championship. What you do know that Calvin Booth was connected to the previous championship as well. Maybe not in that position, but was connected to that championship. So I don't understand firing before it actually happened. To say, we're going to give this a go with someone else. And is this more about the tryout for the potential coach? Is that what this is about? Hey, if we get this coach's bump, now we've kind of already done a tryout for the coach that we do want, and we can feel good about it. We know that's kind of what the Grizzlies did with Adelman. I don't know if it's the same idea here, but maybe that's what it is. And the GM thing they have to handle in the offseason anyway. But as far as the coach is concerned, is it more about how good these guys feel about who they've named their interim head coaches?
So now that we've given it 24 hours, I actually think this firing is less shocking than the Taylor Jenkins one, only because I understand now there was infighting, right? And the fact that they knew they were going to clean house at the end of the season no matter what actually does make a little bit more sense to me, only because it's easier to do it now and have David Adelman potentially go on a run to the conference finals like I said the Nuggets would back in February. That makes more sense than going to the conference finals and then making the move. If you just put all the business out there now and say, here's what's happening, here's what we're dealing with, here's why we made that decision, I actually do think this makes a lot more sense than, for example, the Memphis one. Only because they knew no matter what happens, we're making the move now, and we want to make the move even if we go on a deep run. Because there was reporting that came out yesterday that said they wanted Calvin Booth wanted Malone gone in 2023, but then they won the championship, and so he couldn't move on from Michael Malone. So that makes more sense why they did it today, knowing that there had been infighting for the last 24 months. And, last year in the playoffs, which will end up being their last run together, they just completely choked in the second round of the playoffs by blowing a 20-point second half lead at home in Game 7 against the Timberwolves.
Do you think there is a level of, hey, if we have a top 5 player in the league, top 10 player in the league, whoever our coach is, we don't necessarily need them to be perfect, right? If you're one of these teams, and the Grizzlies wouldn't be in this conversation, but do you feel as if, hey, we don't necessarily need a perfect coach because we have Jokic, right? We need to make sure we hit on certain things from the GM perspective, and we need to make sure we have a coach that Jokic likes, number one. Is that the most important thing? Because if you take a look at Joe Mazzulla, we know what happened with Ime Udoka. Joe Mazzulla has one of the best rosters in the NBA. I don't actually know, and I'm not alone on this. Coming out of last season, there were people still kind of wondering, I mean, do we just put Joe Mazzulla as a top 10, top 7, top 5 coach now because he won a championship? It's the same thing that we get back to where it's, oh, well, Steve Kerr had Steph and KD. I could have coached that team. And some people would say it's ridiculous. And maybe you on your couch eating nacho cheese Doritos couldn't. But could Mike Brown? Could Mike Budenholzer? Where is the line? And now I think we're starting to see that these rings might not go as far as we think. Again, Budenholzer, now it got him another job, a couple more jobs, but you had Giannis in his prime. So how much do these rings matter when, or how much do owners think that these rings matter when you're looking at it and you say, if Joe Mazzulla started rubbing people the wrong way based on just how unique he is, would the Celtics say, oh my gosh, that's just a guy we can't move off of? I would think they would say, we could definitely move off of this guy. Look at our roster. So I don't know how much coaches simply are valued nowadays.
This is going to be a cheap shot, but it sounds like you just need not Darvin Ham, right?
I mean, yeah, and I thought, didn't he pop up somewhere because Doc had something going on and Darvin Ham had to finish the game, and Laker fans just were taking screenshots because he still had his hands in his pockets because he famously just had his hands in his pockets every single game.
He was literally I remember Lakers fans photoshopped his face on the "I'm a chill guy" meme, and they were like, "This is literally all Darvin Ham does all game." But let me give you a cross-sport example real quick, because it's the thing that reminded me so much that the best thing you need for coaching sometimes is just not to drive the whole thing off a cliff.
Right.
Do you remember the sign stealing scandal with Michigan a couple of years ago?
Of course.
With Connor Stalions, vacuum salesman / assistant coach that stole signs for Michigan. Jim Harbaugh got suspended at the end of the season for the Michigan-Ohio State game. And it was weird because the suspension was announced like days before the game. And I remember the betting line before he got suspended was Michigan 3.5. And the line after he got suspended was Michigan 3.5.
Right.
Which tells you sometimes the most important thing is having the quality players, but sometimes you just need a coach that is not going to drive the whole thing off a cliff. Zach Taylor almost did it with the Bengals, and even though I know he's a bad coach, he got to the Super Bowl. I have no idea if Joe Mazzulla is a good coach or not, or I should say a great coach or not.
Right.
But he did just enough to get the best roster in the NBA to be the best roster in the NBA for a postseason. And sometimes the best you can say is he's at least above average, because I know a bunch of coaches that might have had the poor leadership skills and driven that whole thing off a cliff.
And it's so interesting when you think about it like this, that every coaching job, obviously not created equal. Some jobs are harder than others. You're in Sacramento. You haven't made the playoffs in 16 years. Okay, then you make the playoffs, and the next season, your team is completely different, right? De'Aaron Fox gets off to a hot start, and I wouldn't say regress, but he's not continuing to play at that level, because you're wondering, after coming out of that series, it was De'Aaron just signed to Steph Curry, and he's going to hand the baton off, and I want to beat his bleep in his own shoes. And then De'Aaron was not all NBA. He did not play to the same level last season. That's number one. Kevin Huerter forgot how to shoot. Malik Monk got injured. Kevin Huerter also got injured after he forgot how to shoot. Harrison Barnes shows up every 7 games. Keegan Murray forgot how to shoot. So Mike Brown is looking around thinking, I don't really know what to do, right? And they end up going to the play-in. You could make the argument that Mike Brown's job in Sacramento has been harder than whatever job that Joe Mazzulla has ever had to do. A totally fair point. That is a totally fair point, which
this is kind of the funny way things come back around. When Mike Brown was in Cleveland, people said the same things about that team because he had LeBron James and he went to the finals with Ilgauskas and whoever else. And now come full circle, Mike Brown's the guy who didn't get the leeway versus Joe Mazzulla, who's now the champion coach that we don't actually know if he's a great coach or not.
Yeah. And we don't know. I would say when you get to the Mike Malones and the Taylor Jenkins, these teams who they're not perfect, but they have pieces, I would say more pieces than what Mike Brown was dealing with. That's where you see, hey, you didn't do enough, right? Hey, you didn't get to your expectations. And even though your roster is not as good as Joe Mazzulla or whoever it is, then you look around and say, is the Cavs, the Cavs roster, same exact roster, two completely different results. So, and these things change year to year because Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell, both all-stars this season. Are they both going to be all-stars next season? Who knows? And then is Kenny Atkinson going to be less good of a coach? That's how it might be viewed. But they're playing out of their mind this season.
It's tough. And the one difference I would say with the Nuggets versus the Grizzlies is that the Nuggets in terms of roster construction have let down Jokic a little bit over the years. He's still never played with an all-star, all-NBA, or all-defensive teammate.
And did they let down Mike Malone too, in turn, and then fire him?
I think that's totally fair. Absolutely. The roster construction issues were a problem even when they won a championship, because they won the championship with Jamal Murray averaging like 28 points per game in that playoffs, and he's never done that since.
Yeah. Got to get to a break. When we return, I want to talk about Keegan Murray and where we're at with Keegan Murray, Malik Monk, and some of these injuries. Are you worried about them, and how worried should all of us be? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half. And if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me. And now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you strike your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
It's tax season, and at LifeLock, we know you're tired of numbers. But this one you need to hear. 16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number. 100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed. Oh, one last number. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit lifelock.com for the threats you can't control. Terms apply.
Hi. I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer & Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust, along with my entire team. I have been helping accident survivors recover compensation for their injuries for 25 years, and we can help you. There is no charge for calling. If you have an injury, just call Gingery.
The wait is over. Rivercats baseball is back. Whether you're cheering on your team with friends or enjoying a fun night out with the family, Sutter Health Park is the place to be. With exciting giveaways, great food, and plenty of entertainment, join us for another year of Rivercats memories all season long. Don't miss the first games of 2025. Grab your tickets today at rivercats.com.
With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and advanced fiber solutions, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Switch today and ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig speed package. Offer ends 4/21/25. New customers only with a 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/SacktownSports1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
We will be joined by Ryan Blackburn, who covers the Nuggets in 15 minutes, and that's going to be a fun one. That's going to be a fun one, as I'm interested in what Nuggets fans and media think about this move. How much did they know, with the Kings? The Mike Brown thing, I think fans didn't really know if there was any actual drama. It was more so about, hey, we're losing, and we kind of lost games we weren't supposed to lose last season, and here we are losing games again. So maybe something is going on. I'm curious if those out there in the know in Denver knew more about what is going on and where the heck they are headed next, and wanted to get into where the Kings may be headed next with no Keegan Murray. He's still questionable, and Malik Monk has already been ruled out, and whether or not you should be a bit worried about what's going on with Keegan Murray. I'll tell you this much, Kyle. There are a couple body parts that always worry me, okay? Back, hip, knee. Those are the three off the top. And
what about calf?
I was going to say, I'll throw calf in there as well. I
would also throw neck in there. Neck always gets me feeling a little iffy.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen too often. That's not as,
pinched nerve.
Yeah, we don't like a pinched nerve, sure. But when you hear this stuff, anything with your knee, anything with your back, anything kind of naggy or anything that's not going away, or your, like you said, your calf, hip to me is always an issue. All right. Bo Jackson, we know what happened there. So these things worry me. And for Keegan Murray to be a kind of young stallion that he is, and to be dealing with this back situation at 24 years old, mind you, that kind of worries me. And I hope he plays tonight. But honestly, even if he does play tonight, I would still feel a bit worried because this is not the first time we've heard about back stuff with Keegan Murray. So that worries me a little bit. And I'm not really sure what to do with that. I don't want to freak out too much, but you're talking about a guy who is looking to get, I'm not saying to not pay him because of this, of course not, but you're looking at a guy who you're hoping it takes a leap within these next couple seasons here. And these type of injuries can worry you. So we'll see if he plays tonight. I will say this, with how important these games have been, this is, or maybe they're thinking, hey, this is the play-in. We're not fighting to be a 2 seed, right? Keegan's future, and they would never say this out loud, of course, but Keegan's future, we're not going to rush him back to be a 9 seed instead of a 10 seed, which I do think would be smart. We just don't know if that's the case. But if that is the case, then fine. But if the idea is that, hey, and the way Doug kind of talks about things, hey, this is the most urgent time of the season. If Keegan could play, he'd be playing. Then that worries me about the situation and what could happen within the next couple years here. So just something to kind of keep an eye on, and something that I hope is nothing. I hope is just a more of a tweak, if you will, and can heal up and be better, because those back situations, they can bother you for a really, really long time.
So here's the one caveat I would add is, while I agree with back injuries and hip injuries being a thing, it's usually more of an issue if they're like repeatedly popping up. Like with Michael Porter Jr., it was like every other game he'd have a back thing flare up. And if this were a Malik Monk, or this were a Valanciunas, who's just an older player and obviously plays a more physical style of basketball, I think you would definitely be hearing more people talk about it. But right. I think because it's I think not just because it's the first one, but I think also because it's Keegan Murray, who has played in 75 plus games over the last 3 years. I think that's probably why you haven't heard as much of a conversation. I also just looked it up. I was kind of surprised by this. Keegan's played the 13th most games of any player since coming in the league, which I would not have guessed. He's like one of the healthiest players in the league, which I guess I've taken for granted, and maybe other people have too.
Yeah. And, at some point that can catch up with you. Obviously, we don't feel like that's what's happening here. Back tweak, and hopefully we see him. And I think that is kind of what has led me to how I feel, right? Just based on what you said. Keegan typically doesn't miss games. So when he does, and specifically during this time, and he kind of has become one of those young leaders on the team, that makes me feel, obviously the offseason is right around the corner, hopefully not too close right around the corner, but we'll get to the offseason. It does make me think, okay, is this a little serious? Because Keegan, being missing 2 games, being questionable for this game at this time of the season where everything is on the line, I could even shorten the time frame and not even talk about the future. How about the fact that we should start worrying whether or not, what if Keegan doesn't play tonight? Should we worry about Keegan being available for the play-in, right? Or the first game? Maybe they get by the Mavs without Keegan in the first game. I don't want to keep disrespecting the Mavs, so I'd like to see Keegan play in that game as well. But what if he's not around? And again, that's just a really tough situation where last season you didn't, and we haven't even talked about Malik yet, but if you have to go into this play-in, you start to feel, man, are we jinxed, right? If you have to go into this play-in, no Keegan Murray and no Malik Monk, and you added Terrence Davis very quickly, I might add, very quickly. Now that's 2 play-ins in a row where you haven't been healthy, and we could sure make the argument and say, well, everybody's dealing with stuff. Well, are they dealing with stuff during the play? Are they missing 2 rotation guys in the play-in? Because last season, I guess you could argue the Pelicans were in Zion, but the Kings got past the Warriors without Malik and Kevin Huerter, and then ran into the Pelicans. So just two opportunities and two situations where they haven't even been healthy or at the best version of their health to even give this a go.
Not to mention they're trying to ramp him back up, but it's looking like our guy Jake the Dog is not there for returning yet. It was light on-court activity right now is the diagnosis, and we're 7 days away from the play-in game. So as it stands right now, it's looking like Jake LaRavia, we don't know. Keegan Murray, we don't know. Malik Monk, we definitely don't know.
We definitely. I don't like the Terrence Davis signing, not because I don't like Terrence Davis, because of what it could represent. And now on the other side of it, you get those guys back. Let's say the Kings, like I said, let's say they win all 3 or 4 of their games left, whatever it is, or only lose 1, and they're kind of rolling. And now all these guys get healthy because you want them, and they're clunky in the first half because Jake LaRavia is back and Keegan's back. It's just a situation that I'm tired of finding the Kings in. And I know a lot of fans are tired with that situation. Ryan Blackburn joins us on the other side. We may have to push to 12:15, but we'll see if he is available so we can get the lowdown on what's going on in Denver and whether or not Mike Malone might be interested in coming back to Sacramento. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
It's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/sports. Ethos.com/sports.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Unlock your business's potential with Roxas Technology Solutions. Their mission is to empower growth through cutting-edge, reliable, and scalable technology. They tailor solutions to enhance efficiency and foster innovation, ensuring your business thrives in the digital age. Located in Sacramento, their dedicated team is ready to partner with you for your long-term success. Transform your business now. Go to roxtech.com. That's WROXTECH.com. Rox Tech, tomorrow's technology at your fingertips today.
As seen on Crazy Rich Asians, Silicon Valley, and more, it's Jimmy O Yang, Big and Tall Tour.
She was like, babe, what's your love language? I'm like, what? A love language could be words of affirmation.
I was raised by Asian parents. Their love language was verbal abuse.
Saturday, April 12th, the venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss them, Sacramento. Jimmy O Yang, Big and Tall Tour.
I love this time of year when the azaleas begin to bloom and the singing birds' sweet dawn chorus remind us that blue skies and sunshine are at hand. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. In sports, the definition for the word master is one who's achieved a high degree of skill, and that will be on display in the highly anticipated golf tournament. In the furniture business, a master is a highly skilled craftsman, an artist even, whose work is coveted by those who appreciate design, quality, and durability. John Keyes was the mastermind of Naturewood Home Furnishings. He knew that you wanted your home to reflect your personal style, whether that was a plain coffee table or a masterpiece for you to enjoy forever. That's why when you walk into Naturewood Home Furnishings, you'll find the largest and best selection of the highest quality home furnishings in Northern California. Masterful. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
The Napoleon Stainless Steel Prestige 500 connected propane grill with infrared side and rear burner is a dynamic evolution in grilling. Featuring Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connectivity, it brings you closer to your grilling experience than ever before. The Napoleon Connected lets you monitor temperatures, set timers, and receive high temp warnings all from your smartphone. With temperature probes and LCD display, you'll always know exactly what's happening inside your grill. Napoleon's LED control knobs even illuminate for nighttime, entertaining, and feature safety glow. Napoleon Grills, simply the best.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Lowe's knows how to help pros save. That's why the new MyLowe's Pro Rewards program lets you unlock exclusive member deals on the things you need every day on the job. Plus, MyLowe's Pro Rewards members can get volume discounts on eligible orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Exclusions, more terms and restrictions apply. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Spring is here, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
You know the old early bird and worm thing? Well, here's an early bird special and Bonnie's lowest price of the year. Imagine an entire new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as, ready? $11,789. Take advantage of that. $11,789. Hurry though, this is a limited offer and ends April 15th. The sooner you act, the sooner you save. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
KHD HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time thrown down by the league.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
12 o'clock on the dot. We are joined by Ryan Blackburn, who has joined us on the show before. Ryan covers the Denver Nuggets for Mile High Sports, also co-hosts Locked On Nuggets. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us. How's it going, Ryan? How is it going?
Alan, I'm tired, man. Not gonna lie. It's been quite the 24 hours. To give a full breakdown, I was taking a nap when the news broke. Immediately roused from that, had to jump on 17 separate shows and write a whole bunch and kind of share some of the details that ultimately came out from Michael Malone and Calvin Booth being fired. A shocking way for this thing to go. Not that they were gone, but the timing of this 5 days before the regular season ended it's ludicrous, honestly. But
yeah,
clearly they felt internally, specifically Josh Kroenke, Stan Kroenke, and the ownership group, that this was the right way to go. And I guess we'll have to wait and see whether that's true.
You know, it's crazy, Ryan, because out here in Sacramento, you had the Kings move on from Mike Brown. So that was we don't care about any success you've had. Hold my beverage. Then you had the Grizzlies say, we really don't care about any success you've had. Hold my beverage. And now you have the Nuggets saying, we are going to one up all of you. Once we moved on from Mike Brown, we heard some things about the locker room and situations, but we hadn't heard that much prior to it. The Kings were just losing games. He gets fired after a 5-game losing streak. And I think ownership wasn't really happy that the Kings didn't make the playoffs the previous year. How much had you heard about any Mike Malone drama prior to what happened yesterday?
Heard a fair amount, not necessarily with like him specifically, but the dynamics between Michael Malone and Calvin Booth have been sort of on display in the background, but also in the forefront in Denver for the better part of 2 years. As the Nuggets won a championship in 2023, which is still crazy. It's crazy to say and crazy to think that here we are. Ever since that point, effectively, Calvin Booth has tried to get the Nuggets to go younger. He's put them in positions where they're developing a long-term vision, trying to maintain a good sort of amount of success and youth and talent around Nikola Jokic. And Michael Malone has fought against that pretty much at every turn, saying, hey, let's take advantage of the time that we have now. Nikola Jokic is the best player in the world, has been the best player in the world for, I don't know, maybe 5 years. And the fact that he has been that good, and Denver has had so many breakdowns in terms of health, roster. Last year, it was a mishap in Game 7. There's plenty of reasons to try to capitalize right now on the way that Jokic is playing, and kind of that pull and push and pull between present and future. It wasn't like Calvin was trying to not win a championship, but his vision was so different than the way that Michael Malone ran things. And you hear things behind the scenes about how they're not speaking to each other for long periods of time, how they are mad at each other, taking pot shots in the media, things like that. Just not a great sign, not a great situation for everybody to be.
Talking to Ryan Blackburn, who covers the Nuggets for Mile High Sports. I'm trying to figure out this thought process, though, Ryan. And I understand, hey, this is what we were going to do anyway, so why wait till the offseason? And I've seen this come up a couple times, the new coach bump that everyone's trying to ride that doesn't normally happen in the playoffs. The thought process of firing based on what you think is going to happen versus what has actually happened. They haven't lost in the first round yet. They haven't had an early exit. They haven't had a letdown. So I don't even know how to kind of lay out that process where Mike Malone is sitting there saying, well, none of this stuff has happened yet. We could have won the whole thing. We still have a top 5, possibly the best player in the world. We could have made a run. And then what?
Yeah, it's very rare for this to happen for obvious reasons. Like, you don't usually upset the apple cart right before the playoffs begin when you need everybody to be locked in and know exactly what the expectations are. And the communication has to be good. But that's the problem, is that, frankly, the players had started tuning out Malone over the course of this season. The defense has faltered. It's not for lack of Michael Malone saying that it has faltered and trying to communicate in the different ways that it has faltered. It's making sure that everybody's motivated and pulling the same direction. And so they decided, Josh Kroenke ultimately, and then Stan Kroenke ultimately decided that the best way for them to handle this was to start it now, was to start the process now. And as soon as they knew that this was the direction that they wanted to go, the thought process is, why wait? I'm not sure if I fully agree with that, but given that David Adelman, who's going to be the interim head coach, is a candidate for the long-term hiring in this case, they wanted to see how he handled this experience, whether his ability to communicate and get the point across to the team and run the situation, whether he could ultimately handle that. But I think they were just done with it, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. So I've seen a couple things, Ryan, talking to Ryan Blackburn, who covers the Nuggets for Mile High Sports. I've seen that other players weren't a fan of how Michael Malone handled them, right? We played the sound yesterday. Some of these players are full of bleep. They don't watch film. So him holding certain players to a certain standard, but maybe not holding Nikola Jokic to the same standard. I've also seen reports saying this doesn't happen if Nikola Jokic doesn't sign off on it. So was Mike Malone giving Jokic a pass, and Jokic still said, get him out of here? I don't want him to give me a pass. What happened there with Jokic and Malone?
Yeah, so Jokic didn't outright say fire Malone, fire Booth. Like that's certainly not what happened. he has long and for his entire career, first of all, he never thought that he would have to be in this situation in the first place. This is a guy who was a second round pick and had very low expectations coming into the NBA initially and hoped that he could stick around, but has ultimately grown into a top level player and one of the pantheon guys that you think about would be making some of these calls, would be making some of these decisions and have some say in the process. He's never asked for that. He's never wanted that. It's never been something that he's tried to seek out, but he was frustrated throughout the year. He was disappointed in things throughout the year. His defense was, I think I've heard it described as a protest in some ways on the way that things have gone on.
Wow.
We've watched him play great defense here before. Like, he has been somebody who's been active, but he also has so much of a heavy burden on the offensive end that I have to give him a pass in some ways for not being as good defensively. And I think Michael Malone understood the same thing, was that he has a heavy burden on that end of the floor. If he is going to touch the ball 110 times per game, average a 30-point triple-double, then you got to get some other folks to really step up and communicate and play with high levels of effort. And that just never happened, that aspect of it. So it's a mess. It's everybody. I won't sit here and just overly defend Jokic's honor or anything like that, because he is a grown man. He knows the deal. I think if it were up to him, he would have a lesser burden on the offensive end and be able to give more on the defensive end. But a lot of that comes from belief. A lot of that comes from communication. A lot of that comes from the system, and everything it has just kind of devolved into a really tough situation that he was just trying to make the best of.
I've been seeing this joke going around, Ryan, and I don't know how much truth there is to it, but did Russell Westbrook kind of get Mike Malone fired? Those two games were so bad. And I follow you on social media, and I'm thinking, man, Ryan's probably going through it. This is insanity. And I understand that probably it wasn't the case, but there's also part of me thinking, if they don't lose those games, does Mike Malone at least make it to the playoffs?
Yes. Michael Malone makes it to the playoffs if they win the Minnesota Timberwolves game. I feel pretty comfortable saying that.
Wow.
It got bad, and that really was the death knell. And it's unfortunate because Russell Westbrook wasn't trying to miss a layup. He wasn't trying to foul a three-point shooter, but the fact that he did those things anyway, as a 17-year veteran, somebody in this league who just has to know that, like, you have to make those plays, especially if you're going to take a fast break layup on, like, in a situation where you're up one with 12 seconds left to go.
Right.
You just have to convert. Like, it's just a requirement. And the fact that he wasn't able to, it's unfortunate. He is just such a lightning rod for all of this stuff, but he's just played worse in the second half of the season as well. And he's not playing as much with Nikola Jokic. The Russell Westbrook fans that I am constantly privy to have noted this ad nauseum, that the way that they are using Russell Westbrook is not the same way that they were using him earlier in the season. But you just have to find ways to adapt especially if you're a 17-year guy and you're the sixth man on a minimum contract. This is not a situation where you get to dictate, and he doesn't necessarily want this, but like, this is not a situation where you get to dictate how things go. It's how Jokic and Murray and Gordon and Porter play, not how you play and the way to use you.
Ryan, one more before we get you out of here, talking to Ryan Blackburn, who covers the Nuggets for Mile High Sports. How important, because I'm going to tell you right now, Ryan, I feel pretty good about the Kings. They win a back-to-back against the Cavs and the Pistons. Don't know if we'll ever see that team again, but we saw them earlier this week, and it was great. So I feel better about the play-in as long as there are two teams that I need to stay their butts out of the play-in. One of them, the Denver Nuggets. How important is the win tonight for the Nuggets to stay out of the play-in?
It would be wonderful if they could. I asked Nikola Jokic on Sunday what it would like, not what it would be like, but how they would approach potentially being in the play-in in a situation like that. And he's like, if don't really like that question. Totally get it. It's something that they have never had to really consider before. That's a fortunate thing for the Nuggets as a whole. But yeah, like they don't want to be any part of that. They would love to be, I think, if they had their druthers right now, they'd like to be the 6th seed and face either the Lakers or somebody of that. They probably don't want to face the Lakers, but they like to avoid the play-in if they can. They'd love to face, but the unfortunate reality of it is I think they'd love to face Houston or Memphis. Like those are the two teams in the first round that they would ideally like to face. And you're not going to face Houston unless you're the 7th seed anyway and in the play-in. So they will probably just try to win. They'll probably just try to get themselves back on track. I don't think they're really caring that much about seeding at all, as long as it's not in the play-in situation. And they're just going to try to reclaim what was initially a lost season with the idea that, hey, let's get a fresh voice in there. Let's revitalize things. Let's bring a little bit more energy and try to make the best of a bad situation. And who knows? This was the core that won a championship 2 years ago. So we'll see if they can flip some things around.
Well, I'm torn, Ryan, because I feel good about the Kings, but I don't want the Nuggets in the play-in. So I want the Kings to win tonight, kind of, but I more so don't want the Nuggets in the play-in. So if the Kings have to lose tonight to keep the Nuggets out of the play-in, I think it might be a win-win for all parties involved. I'm telling you that right now.
Fingers crossed, baby. Let's go.
There you go. Ryan Blackburn, Mile High Sports, covers the Nuggets. Great stuff as always, Ryan. We will talk to you again soon, and hopefully it is not in a play-in situation, but if it is, at least we get to talk to you. Thanks again, man.
Appreciate it, Alan. Have a good one.
That was Ryan Blackburn, who covers the Nuggets for Mile High Sports. When we return, are the Kings not built for quote-unquote championship culture? Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Great stuff from Ryan Blackburn. Some crazy situations happening out there in Denver. And, look, we can sit there and complain about everything that we've had to go through out here with the Sacramento Kings, but I know the Nuggets had a championship, so that makes you feel better about it, but still crazy stuff to pull the rug out from under them right before the playoffs. And I'll tell you this much, I'm really torn about tonight. I'm just going to keep saying it because I do not want the Nuggets in the play-in. I would never say I want the Kings to lose, but I more so don't want the Nuggets in the play-in. That is a recipe for disaster. Can you imagine if things just went so squirrely from my vision being clear to the play-in being Nuggets 7, Warriors 8, Kings 9? That would be a complete,
visions are clear now.
Would be a complete nightmare for me. Complete nightmare.
Do you want to know what the most likely outcome is right now of the play-in situations?
Sure.
It is So the most likely, by the way, there's 4 teams that all are between an 11 and 15% chance of being the 8 seed. But the most likely outcome is Grizzlies and Nuggets. And I can't imagine how much of a Ja Morant fan you would be tossing grenades into the crowd all show.
I'd be grittying everywhere during that game.
Yes, you'd be like, please lose, Memphis Grizzlies. I beg you, please lose to the Denver Nuggets.
That is incredible. What a bizarre season. And you know what would be so funny, Kyle? Think about the teams you just said. The Grizzlies and the Nuggets. What do they have in common? Both can their coach.
Well, but doesn't that make sense in a Western Conference, I should say, in a 3 through 8 in the Western Conference where they're all separated by 1 game? Wouldn't the momentum of a
Yes, it does make sense. What doesn't make sense is doing it initially. They could be, either of them could have been the 3 seed if you just
still can.
Technically,
the Nuggets absolutely still can. If they win out, they might be.
They better win tonight, the Nuggets. So that is a crazy, crazy situation. Great stuff from Ryan Blackburn. This is what I saw yesterday, Kyle, from CBS Sports. And the Warriors, they can clinch a top 5 seed by winning their 3 remaining games. And there was 4 remaining games, and then they went ahead and took care of that. As far as the Nuggets are concerned, this is how we get there, Kyle. The Nuggets can clinch their 3 remaining games. Okay, the 3 remaining games that they have: Kings, Grizzlies, and Rockets. Now I see why they have a high chance to be in the play-in. But if the Nuggets can pull this off, they can clinch a top 6 seed by winning their 3 remaining games. So they have to win tonight. They have to beat the Grizzlies. That Grizzlies-Nuggets game is huge. And they have to beat the Rockets. They end their season against the Rockets. This is very scary. This is a very scary situation.
There might be an even more consequential game before that because the Grizzlies have, I believe, a back-to-back against the Timberwolves and the Nuggets. So that's a tough little setup they've got there because that could the Timberwolves Grizzlies game could doom one of those teams to the play-in unless the Grizzlies then beat the Nuggets the next night. Then all of a sudden they're not in the play-in. It's such a weird situation.
I just don't know why these teams are slumming it in the play-in with the Kings. What are the Nuggets doing in the play-in? You know, they probably look down at the play-in. There's this show, it's called Next Level Chef, and it's another Gordon Ramsay show. I give this guy so much time. It makes me sick. But basically, they have 3 levels where you cook in the basement, you cook in a mid-level kitchen, or you cook in a high-level kitchen. And every week, there are 3 teams, right, from the 3 judges. And every week, the team that loses a member has to coach in the basement. So the Kings have been eating or cooking in the basement for a couple years now here. And the Nuggets, they've never even seen the basement. They don't even know and maybe that helps. Maybe they don't know how to get down. The Kings, they were born in the basement. They were born in the play-in. They know, as of last year, they know how to win a game and then lose one. They know how the play-in works. You're on our turf now.
I wish I had the Bane drop that's like, I was born this way.
You got to get it because that's going to be if the Warriors have been in the play-in, and the Kings already beat them, by the way. But you get the Nuggets, the Grizzlies, y'all ain't ready for the play-in, man. Y'all are not built for the play-in. Are the Kings built for a championship or championship culture? That is the question. And I saw this, and it made me think a little bit. So Yossi Gozlin, who we had on the show, Yossi, we had him on, NBA salary cap expert, and he was really good. We're definitely going to have him on next season or during the off season and trades and all of that jazz. But he says this And he says, with the exception of Steve Kerr, all championship winning head coaches between 2020 and 2023 have been fired within 2 years of winning the championship. Now, somebody that has been around the block on a team that you may secretly like or a team you openly hate had something to say and mentioned championship culture. We'll tell you who it is, and we'll tell you what he said when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, there's nothing more exciting for a team than to see the potential of a number one pick come to fruition. Now, we know it's early, it's just after 11 games, but Tyler Soderstrom from Turlock High was number 3 in the American League in batting at .381 and tied for first in homers with 6, and Jacob Wilson, number 4 in batting at .366. Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business with reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. For details on special offers, including free professional installation and up to a $500 Visa prepaid card on qualifying internet bundles, log on to business.comcast.com. Comcast Business, powering possibility.
It's the final days of the spring sales event. Drive home your new Honda before the deals and the new Hondas disappear. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
I love this time of year when the azaleas begin to bloom and the singing birds' sweet dawn chorus remind us that blue skies and sunshine are at hand. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. In sports, the definition for the word master is one who's achieved a high degree of skill, and that will be on display in the highly anticipated golf tournament. In the furniture business, a master is a highly skilled craftsman, an artist even, whose work is coveted by those who appreciate design, quality, and durability. John Keyes was the mastermind of Naturewood Home Furnishings. He knew that you wanted your home to reflect your personal style, whether that was a plain coffee table or a masterpiece for you to enjoy forever. That's why when you walk into Naturewood Home Furnishings, you'll find the largest and best selection of the highest quality home furnishings in Northern California. Masterful. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
At SMUD, we power local business with incentives on clean energy equipment, tools to manage electricity usage and save money, tailored solutions from dedicated strategic account advisors, and 50% lower rates than neighboring utilities, all while doing more for the planet with clean energy solutions, savings, reliability, personalized service, clean energy, helping local businesses thrive. That's our clean power promise. Learn more at smud.org.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Rocks Tech, Michelob Ultra, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITPFest.com.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram and Woodland. Ram Truck Month is back. Chad, what kind of deals are happening at Hoblet?
Right now, save up to $17,000 off MSRP on the hard-to-find new 2024 Ram 2500 Bighorn Crew Cabs. We have hundreds of new Ram Heavy Duties available with huge savings, including on the new 2025 Ram Heavy Duties. One of many reasons we are California's #1 Ram truck dealer.
Okay, what kind of selection are we talking about?
We have over 300 new Ram Heavy Duties available, including the all-new 2025 Ram Heavy Duties everyone's buzzing about. With more arriving daily, it's a full-on takeover. If you've been thinking about a new Ram Heavy Duty, now is the time.
especially with potential tariffs that could impact the pricing soon.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HoblettDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
17,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Ram 2500 Bighorns after $79.72 factory rebates and $90.28 dealer discount. Rebates include $500 first responder bonus cash for eligible first responders. To this net savings, sample van 395, 300, and 396 633. See dealer for details.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
The man who said, in response to, with the exception of Steve Kerr, all championship winning head coaches between 2020 2023 have been fired within 2 years of winning the championship. The man who said this, championship culture also involves weathering the storm. Not every organization is built to handle that. The man who said that was Festus Ezeli, the Warriors great or former
Frankly, insane
Warriors player. And I love Festus. He does great work for NBC Sports Bay Area. And he said that because, of course, Steve Kerr is the only guy. I mean, which is a crazy statement. A crazy statement. Steve Kerr, I just sent this to you, Kyle, but Steve Kerr also had some things to say about how expendable coaches are, because a lot of these teams are now owned by billionaires, so they don't care. We know Sacramento, they don't care about these contracts. If they're not happy with you, they'll move forward. So with the exception of Steve Kerr, all championship winning head coaches between 2020 and 2023 have been fired within 2 years of winning the championship. So are rings not as important from a coaching standpoint? Not important. I would say Steve Kerr's talking about the owners and the billionaires. Like we mentioned yesterday, it's also how much these players are being paid. They need to stay happy, right? You need to keep them happy. And it's easier to find a coach than a top whatever player. Championship culture involves weathering the storm. Not every organization is built to handle that. So it got me thinking about the Sacramento Kings and whether or not the Sacramento Kings are built for championship culture. And as I thought about it out loud, and I thought about some of the other teams that have won the championship, I started to ask myself, well, what actually is championship culture? Is it winning one championship? Is it stinking after winning the championship? What is that? Because you take a look at some of these coaches and some of the names that get brought up. The Nuggets, they just had the best player in the league. The Bucks, at that time, they had the best player in the league. They both only got one championship. And now there will be some level of that team possibly blowing up. So I kind of disagree with Festus in that he brings up the Warriors. And I would say that Joe Lacob, from the opening his pockets conversation, you can't hate on Joe Lacob at all, right? This guy, he wants to win at all costs, and we understand that. And good on him. They've had plenty of parade. But Joe Lacob, first and foremost, wanted to take advantage of a situation, and that situation was Steph Curry. And some of the things that kind of fell in Joe Lacob's lap, I would say to a certain degree in Bob Myers' lap, how much of that is championship culture, right? So you hire Steve Kerr. You hire Steve Kerr after moving on from Mark Jackson, and a lot of people thought that maybe Mark Jackson shouldn't have been fired, right? That team was kind of hitting its head against the wall, the playoff wall, but they were a good team. Steve Kerr comes in, they immediately win the championship. We don't necessarily have to bring up the fact that there were some injuries that went into that. The next season, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, best shooting backcourt we've ever seen, which was instilled in them by Mark Jackson. They go 73-9. They lose the championship, crazy 3-1 situation. And at that time, Steph Curry wasn't really completely healthy. And LeBron James, who had a super team himself at that time, Kyrie, Kevin Love, they won. They took care of business. And at that time, everything changed for the Warriors because Kevin Durant decides, I want to go play with those guys. I want to go play with Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green after they just won 73 games. So I wonder, when it comes to this championship culture and championship conversation, if they had lost, because a lot of people said that the league was starting to catch up to the Warriors. And the Warriors really should have won. If they won in 2016, who knows what would have happened after that. But they lost. So they lose. If Kevin Durant doesn't just decide, I'm not going to roast Kevin Durant, but kind of wants to take the easy way out a little bit. If Kevin Durant doesn't decide that, and now you have a situation where Steve Kerr came in, he won a championship, and after they won that championship that was missing Kyrie and Kevin Love, they lost the championship with a 3-1 lead. A 3-1 lead. After that season, maybe the team catches up to, or the league catches up to Steph and everything they're doing. So all of that happens and essentially gets saved because of Kevin Durant. Would there have still been that championship culture? How long would that have lasted? So after that happens, KD, with 3 years with KD, so perennially you are the favorite. After that happens, you are able to get Andrew Wiggins or D'Angelo Russell. Maybe that's what Festus is talking about. Then all of a sudden, you get a random Andrew Wiggins all-star season and Jordan Poole coming out pool party, and that's pretty much it. And now you've gone through so much with Steph and Steve Kerr. Steph is 36 years old. You're not going to fire Steve Kerr. So to bring this whole thing back around, I don't know that there is such thing as a championship culture. Who else has that? The Lakers have LeBron. The Warriors have Steph. All these other kind of one-hitter quitter situations like Giannis and Jokic and whoever you want to throw else in there, because not many have won. The Celtics, they've gone through different coaches too. So I don't really agree with what Festus Ezeli is saying, because I don't really know what a quote-unquote championship culture is. And Festus using the Warriors as an example doesn't make a ton of sense to me, because the Warriors are the exception to the rule. So this idea that now I don't think that the Nuggets should have moved on from Mike Malone. I didn't necessarily think that the Kings should have moved on from Mike Brown. I don't necessarily know the situation with Taylor Jenkins, so I can't really speak to that. But I don't really know what championship culture is. And if you're going to use the Warriors as an example, then yeah, drafting the greatest shooter of all time, which that GM didn't draft, by the way, Klay Thompson ending up being lightning in a bottle for them coming together. Draymond being one of the best later round pick that we've seen in a very long time. Then getting gifted with Kevin Durant deciding, I'm tired of people making fun of me for not winning. I want to go join the team that just beat me. I'm not going to call it luck, but I'm not going to sit down if I'm the leader, if I'm the owner of the Grizzlies or the owner of any team. I'm not going to sit down and say, okay, the Warriors gave us the model. There's no model there. There's no model. So many random things happen. There's no model there.
Yeah. So here's what I think is interesting about the championship culture conversation. I agree with you. There is no such thing as championship culture, but there is such a thing as winning culture.
Okay.
And a big part of that involves having vision, which I would say the Warriors had some of it. I mean, the best shooting backcourt of all time thing stretched beyond coaches, right? So that was a vision that they had going back to 2011, 2012. And the other thing that's important, and I think this is what Festus is alluding to about weathering the adversity, the capacity to have existential flexibility, to say we are going to completely pivot the direction of our organization because we believe this gives us the chance to continue to be successful down the line. Think of the Spurs drafting Kawhi Leonard. Think of the Warriors signing Kevin Durant, and then after getting rid of Kevin Durant, turning D'Angelo Russell into Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga and going to the championship with that guys, right? Think of the ability to completely pivot what you're doing based on circumstances. I think those things are essential to winning culture.
But couldn't you make so what moves are okay and what moves aren't? Because couldn't you say that that's what the Grizzlies and the Nuggets are attempting to do? They're pivoting?
Yes. Which is why I'm not going to outright say those moves are not going to work, right? Like Kleiman in Memphis. He's got a vision. He believes that this new style of offense was going to help their team and put Ja Morant in the best position to succeed. Whether he sees that vision through or not is still to be determined, but he's got a vision, and he's won Executive of the Year, and I guess in that sense you're willing to extend him a benefit of the doubt, but he's got vision. Is the vision going to be right? I don't know. The one caveat I would add also is like winning culture exists, but winning culture doesn't do you anything unless you have a superstar, right? Like all the Warriors talk about culture means nothing without Steph Curry. Right.
And that's kind of what I'm getting to. You can't even start with culture until you have a dude.
I think you can, but you can't talk about winning championships without a dude, right? Like Miami has stood on business with the culture, right? And they've dramatically like Caleb Martin won Eastern Conference Finals MVP. They went to 2 finals and came within 1 shot of going to a third with Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. They are the exceptions to the rule, and the best argument I can give you for culture and winning culture being a thing. But they've stood on business with the culture, and they have no chance of winning a championship in the next 5 years because they stood on business for the culture. So culture is all well and good. It's just to win a championship in the NBA, you have to have one of the 5 best players in the sport.
Terrence Davis makes his return to Sacramento, but what does this mean about Malik Monk and his injury? Let's discuss when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
It's Carmichael Dave talking to you about my good friends at American Energy. You're in the Sacramento area. You know how the seasons work. They are a-changing right now. So American Energy wants to help you stay warm for the rest of the cold season, but help you stay cool during the warm season. Best way to do that, make sure your system is operating safely. So right now is the time to take advantage of half off a tune-up, $24.50. They cut that right in half, and if you want a diagnostic, guess what? You can't beat free. If it's free, it's me, and now it can be you. And also, it's the end of the season blowout. $4,000 off a new system plus any rebates. That $4,000, that's a direct drop from the sticker price. It's a great deal. Check them out at theaeway.com or an instant quote, or give them a call at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Tell them your good buddy Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing. Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects. Ooh, how does it work? It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
It's tax season, and at LifeLock, we know you're tired of numbers. But this one you need to hear. $16.5 billion. That's how much money in refunds the IRS flagged for possible identity fraud last year. Now, here's a good number, 100 million. That's how many data points LifeLock monitors every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it guaranteed. Oh, one last number. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS. Visit LifeLock.com for the threats you can't control. Terms apply.
Dunks, threes, buzzer beaters. There's so much NBA happening. I gotta keep up.
Easy there. There's a better way to NBA with the NBA app.
Wait, really?
Follow your favorite teams and the league's brightest stars. Be on the ball with real-time stats and scores.
Yeah?
And go behind all the drama with new docs and shows.
Are you kidding?
Catch every swish, dunk, and bucket. All of this, all in one place, all for free.
Thank you.
There's a better way to NBA. Download the app today. Available on the Google Play, Apple app, and Android stores.
Your old HVAC system could be costing you a fortune in energy bills and repair bills. Right now, Sierra Pacific is offering deep discounts, saving homeowners thousands of dollars. Savings that won't be available later this year. But you must act fast. We have to fill openings in our schedule next week. This limited time offer is only available if you book your installation for next week. Don't wait until it's too late. Call Sierra Pacific and lock in your savings today.
Sierra Pacific Solar Heating and Air. The guys in the big red trucks.
Harbor Freight knows time is money. So for our Spring Black Friday sale, we're getting straight to the deals. This weekend, you get 35% off jack stands, 56-inch roll cabs under $800, and 2,300 PSI electric pressure washers under $190. See? Straight to the point. So you can get straight to the savings. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until April 13th, 2025 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting sacktownsports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Here's a straightaway three on the way. It's good from Davis. He's now got 28 in this ball game. 36 seconds to go. 153 to 118. Here's another three. Terrence Davis again. You can't help but chuckle. He's now got 28. The Kings have equaled their season scoring high with 127. They lead by 37 with 8:15 yet to go in the ball game.
You're home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Terrence Davis announced about 30 minutes ago. This is from Sean Cunningham. Kings just announced the signing of Terrence Davis. He was not present at this morning's shoot-around, at least by the time media entered the arena. So that is the newest update on Terrence Davis. We will keep you in the loop as far as whether or not he'll be available. Drive Guys will probably have that for you as well. They'll be in the building, of course. The Kings reunite with Terrence Davis, but what does that mean for the Kings and for Malik Monk? As far as Terrence Davis is concerned, one of the original Beam Team players, famously remembered for scoring 31 points against the KD Brooklyn Nets on November 15th, 2022, coming back from a torn ACL in January of 2024, playing for the Rip City Remix, a Monty McNair favorite, and he ends up getting the last roster spot over a 10-day player or any Stockton King. So the main question is here, what exactly should we expect from Terrence Davis? Do we think that he'll get any run? Is this just another one of those situations where it's just nice to have someone? So, and that was an Achilles injury, by the way. That was January 2024. So that's a little worse. And I really don't know what to make of it right now. I think when we first saw it, a lot of people started kind of freaking out, essentially saying, well, this probably means that Malik Monk is not in a great situation. But I'm also excited. I'm going to be honest with you. Obviously, I started covering the team last year. I heard a lot about Terrence Davis. A lot of people wanted him back on the squad last season. Obviously, that's before you have DeRozan. And, I think it also just speaks to what we're seeing from the Kings and how maybe we all should understand that the last couple games have been great, but maybe not completely sustainable. And when you see DeMar DeRozan dropping 37 and Zach LaVine dropping 43 one night, the night after dropping 37, it's great to watch. But the Kings are going to need something else. And if you're not going to be able to get it from Malik Monk due to injury or with Malik Monk not really playing his best ball right now, you got to see who else is out there. The first thing I saw, and a lot of people wanted to bring this up, of course. First thing I saw was, of course, the Kings are still obsessed with getting a shooting guard. And I honestly didn't think about that because we are so deep into the season. It's more so about fit, right? Just grabbing a random wing right now, I think it and you're hoping to get Jake LaRavia back, mind you, and Keegan's been injured. They feel like in this situation, what they're kind of lacking is a bit of dynamic scoring in case Zach LaVine goes cold or DeMar DeRozan goes cold. So that is the thought process. You don't have to agree with it. And some of you are just going to do the complain about the wing thing forever, which I get. But in this situation, it didn't necessarily bother me. And maybe it's just not bothering me because we're so close to the end of the season. The Sacramento Kings, this is from Shams. This broke yesterday. The Sacramento Kings are signing guard Terrence Davis to a deal. Sources tell ESPN Davis, who played parts of 3 years in Sacramento from 2021 to 2023, averaged 14 points on 40.2 3-point shooting for the NBA G League Wisconsin team this season. So 40% from three. That's something that we all like to see. And I have no clue what to make of this. We did the Markelle Fultz thing. We probably spent, in hindsight, way too much time on Markelle Fultz. I don't want to do that. It was a bunch of turnovers happened. They signed Markelle Fultz and didn't play him, so a bunch of turnovers continue to happen. So I don't really know what to make of Terrence Davis. This is a guy that Monty McNair clearly is a fan of. Does he feel like he can be some version of what Malik Monk was bringing to the table? Will he get playing time? What's the conversation between Monty and Doug? Hey, this is a guy, if you need it, you can go to it. Or is there an expectation that he gets in the mix here? No clue what's going to happen tonight moving forward. All I know is that when I moved out here, everybody wanted to talk about Terrence Davis. So I know there are a lot of happy people, and they were very ecstatic to hear that he is back on the team in whatever capacity. So there you have it.
Yeah. Remember like 3 weeks ago when we were talking about should they sign Isaiah Thomas or should they sign this person for the last roster spot? They actually did it. They signed a fan favorite at the very end of his time. I can't remember which insider it was, but said he had some fans in the front office. So good on him. And now we have a complete garbage time lineup. We've got Markelle Fultz at the point. We've got Dougie McBuckets. We've got Terrence Davis. We've got Jay Crowder and Isaac Jones. We got our complete garbage time lineup all set in stone now.
Yeah, the garbage time Avengers. That's exactly what they are. And hopefully we see a good amount of garbage time in a good way because the Kings have been taking care of business. This is not really the time for garbage time, really, as we get closer to the playoffs. But you never know what could happen. I mean, he's a guy I know from what I've heard, he can be one of those microwave scorers and get going and really elevate an offense. So you never know what could happen if Doug finds himself struggling. I think that's one of those situations, though, where if you see Terrence Davis, something probably hasn't gone right. If you see Terrence Davis, I would say before the fourth quarter, that's probably not a good sign. And I don't mean that in a negative way, but I don't think he's going to be the first or second or third guy that Doug calls on. And again, and we'll talk a little bit more about this in the 1 o'clock hour as far as Malik is concerned. Whether or not he is a Malik Monk replacement, the Kings have won games without Malik Monk, and they beat the Pistons without Malik Monk. So the offense, and Keegan Murray, so the offense can do its thing. That would mean that somebody else on the court is not showing up. He's not going to come in and get Malik Monk minutes. So if you see Terrence Davis before the fourth quarter, it's probably a bad sign. And I mean that in the nicest way possible.
If there weren't only 3 games left in the season, I would agree with you that it would be shocking to see him. But at this point, I mean, I'm going through the roster. Again, Keegan Murray's still questionable, but if we're assuming Keegan doesn't play tonight, coming off the bench, you've got Jonas Valanciunas, Devin Carter, and the aforementioned garbage time all-stars. So one of those guys is going to have to play. I'm not saying it's Terrence Davis.
And Dougie played against the Pistons.
Sorry, I'm slacking. Hold on.
Teach me how to duck. Teach me how to duck. Teach me how to duck. Teach me how to duck.
Yeah. So I'm happy for Kings fans. I don't necessarily know that I want to see Terrence Davis before the fourth quarter. And you know what? If I do, that would just mean that Doug has a level of trust in him. And if they're lacking scoring, I mean, one of these games, let's just be honest. I mean, the way Zach LaVine is shooting, we're talking about 80% from these last 2 games in the fourth quarter, 80% from 3, 90% from the field, just insane stuff. He's going to cool off. And when he cools off, and to your point, a lot of people saying this has something to do with Malik Monk. What about Keegan Murray too? Keegan Murray is a guy that you depend on for 3-point shooting. So I think that's both. So maybe you're right, Kyle. Maybe we do see him before the fourth, and it's not because things have gone terribly wrong. Maybe maybe Malik Monk and Keegan Murray not being available means that things have already gone terribly wrong. So him showing up before the fourth quarter is just a result of that.
There's no way that losing 3 of your 8 core players and 2 of your 6 is a good thing, but I'm not saying it's going to be Terrence Davis. I'm just saying it's going to have to be someone, whether that's our friend of the show, Isaac Jones, or I guess also friend of the show, Doug McDermott. You're going to have to see somebody.
1 o'clock hour coming up next. We got our Kings Nuggets preview, and we break down how we're feeling about this Malik Monk injury news. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, Folsom Lake Ford. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, like America's best-selling F-Series. Check out a huge selection of Mavericks, F-150s, and Super Duty trucks, or tech-filled SUVs like Explorers and Expeditions. Plus a huge selection of Broncos and Bronco Sports. All in stock now at Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with 0 down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest finance rates. And Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they are my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. For 35 years and counting, come down and take a test drive today. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Real-time updates only on iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-646-5959. That's 800-646-5959. 800-646-5959.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back. May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Rocks Tech, Michelob Ultra, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITPFest.com.
You know the old early bird and worm thing? Well, here's an early bird special and Bonnie's lowest price of the year. Imagine an entire new HVAC system replacement, both heating and cooling, for as low as, ready, $11,789. Take advantage of that. $11,789. Hurry though, this is a limited offer and ends April 15th. The sooner you act, the sooner you save. Plumbing, electrical, heating, and air, Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
They're calling the play in the DeMar DeRozan Invitational. Also, when it comes to the play-in, you have Jonas Valanciunas. This is from Professor Oak. Covers the Kings for the Kings Herald. Jonas Valanciunas has played in every single play-in tournament since its inception during the COVID lockdown in 2020. In 2020 and 2021, he played with the Grizzlies, then with the Pelicans in 2022, 2023, 2024. This year, he will be with the Kings. So you have DeMar DeRozan. You got Zach LaVine. You got Jonas Valanciunas. I am building a team with a specific skill set. There is no team in the NBA right now more prepared for the play-in than the Sacramento Kings. The Sacramento Kings are built literally for the play-in, physically for the play-in, mentally for the play-in, and psychologically for the play-in. You're coming to our house now. Dallas Mavericks, 5 seed last season, goes to the finals. You're coming to our house. And we're bringing back the vibes too. We're bringing back Terrence Davis. Keon Ellis is on his Instagram right now. I just saw a bunch of fire emojis. You know what that means? That's what the kids do when they're excited for Terrence Davis to return. There is no team. The Denver Nuggets, they don't even know. They don't even want to step on the playing ground. It says playing on the court. They don't even want that on the court. Warriors didn't think they should be there last season. They got embarrassed. Timberwolves, they were supposed to be the new hot and sexy team. I can't even remember. Were they the 2 seed last season? Now
2 years ago.
Slumming it with us. Slumming it with us in the play-in. There is no team better fit to come out of the play-in than the Sacramento Kings. Jonas Valanciunas, he wakes up in the play-in. DeMar DeRozan, he goes to sleep in the play-in and wakes up in the play-in. That's exactly what this is. That's exactly what this is.
I don't want to nuke the parade a little bit, but if I'm doing the math here, Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, and Jonas Valanciunas in their play-in careers are 3-3. So it's literally a 50-50 shot of them getting out of the play-in in their play-in careers.
Such is life. But you know what? Those 6 games gave them a mentality, gave them a focus, a level we have not seen from some of these other teams quite yet. You got to be ready to ride in the play-in. It's going to be rough and tough in the play-in. And the Kings, they're going to be ready for it. You know what I was thinking during the break? If you showed a Kings fan a picture of, I don't even know, because you'd have to do present Kings and past Kings. If you showed the Kings a picture, you know what it would be? Of the Beam team. If you showed a Kings fan a picture of the Beam team and you said, hey, point to whoever is still going to be on the team in 2 years, how many people would have pointed at Terrence Davis over Davion Mitchell, over Kevin Huerter, over De'Aaron Fox? And Terrence Davis is back on the team. Yes, it's due to some injuries and things like that, but this is really just made this season completely off the wall. And I would say in general, NBA-wise, you could make the argument between the player movement, injuries, and the coach changes. This is one of the craziest NBA seasons I think we've seen in a very, very long time.
I think in terms of singular transactions, you are right, but I also don't want to just do the history forgetting thing where, wasn't it like 70% of the 2016 NBA All-Stars were on a different team by 2018 or something like that? So
yeah,
there used to just be more concentrated player movement. Now you don't really see stars moving as much anymore until, for some crazy reason, Nico Harrison got the insane idea of trading Luka Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a first-round pick.
I'm looking here, and shout out to the Sac Chat. I don't know if I've shouted you out yet, but we were talking about Terrence Davis, and all I said, so is this another one of those guys? All I said, if we see Terrence Davis before the fourth quarter, something probably hasn't gone right. I then rescinded it because with all the injuries, there's only so many guys that can play. Immediately from Div on the Sac Chat, put some respect on TD3. Okay, you have Sacktown hoops and hype. Davis was a huge part of the Beam team. Put some respect on his name. Is Doug Christie going to be pressured into playing Terrence Davis because of how much of a fan? Are there going to be cheers in the Golden One Center? We want Davis. Are we going to hear that? Is that what level of fan favorite are we talking about here? Because Malik is a fan favorite.
No, but this is a different level of fan favorite. This is the fan favorite who we know isn't a star, but the fan favorite who we just want to see play and have his round of applause more so than anything else. It's why people keep asking for Isaiah Thomas to join the Kings. It's not because, at least I don't think, it's not because a lot of people think Isaiah Thomas is going to be a major contributor for the Sacramento Kings. It's so that they could welcome the prodigal son home and give him the round of applause he deserves. And Terrence Davis will get some of that. He just doesn't have the legacy in Sacramento or legacy in the NBA that Isaiah Thomas has. But when he checks in, he will get a round of applause from the crowd, and hopefully he gets to do that at some point in the next 3 games.
There you go. There you go. He has returned. And if you're somebody, whether you're a Monty guy or not a Monty guy, Monty's making this happen. He's making this happen. Rich Block 27 says it's going to be electric tonight. And let us know, by the way, is anybody double dipping? Is anybody doing the A's game, who did get their first win in Sacramento, by the way? Shout out to the A's. Is anybody double dipping the A's game and the Kings game tonight? Because I just want to know how you're pulling it off. You don't have to tell me, but I kind of want to know how old you are as well, because I want to give you kudos if your energy is right. Because if anybody is doing this over the age of 30, I'm very impressed.
I know that
double dipping.
I know that our friend Ramsey, who works at the station, is attempting the double dip right now.
Okay, but he kind of works here. He works here. I need to know. Somebody just said, I want to do it on a random Wednesday. I want to double dip.
I'm not doing the double dip, but I am. It's already in the 3rd inning right now. By the way, A's up 1-0. I'm attempting to do the 4 hours on the radio plus make it for the 7th inning stretch of Padres and A's. So we'll see if I make it, but I'm not planning to do the Kings double dip after that.
Well, see, but if you did the triple dipper like Chili's, then that would be impressive. You better
3
go to
for
that
me.
Kings game. Yeah, you better go to that Kings game after. They raised that, I saw, to $25, no longer 20. So you gotta save up there. But it's still a good deal if somebody's trying to double dip, and you can go and get you a hot dog at the A's game as well. As we start to get into this Kings Nuggets preview, I keep telling y'all, because this is who I am. I'm just honest. I don't know what I want to happen tonight. I really don't want the Nuggets in the play-in. I don't. I know the Kings aren't where we want them to be, but I am excited that they're in the play-in. I would like to see maybe them sneak into the playoffs. Why not? We're here now. The pick is gone. We're here now. Might as well see what can happen. See if these guys can get hot. But I don't want the Nuggets in the play-in. I want the Grizzlies. I want the Clippers and or the Timberwolves. I'd rather the Timberwolves than the Clippers.
So you're so freaked out that you would choose to potentially end up in the 10, even though it's highly unlikely. You would potentially choose to end up in the 10 over playing possibly the Nuggets.
Yes, without a doubt. If you're telling me my choices are between Nuggets, Nuggets, Grizzlies,
Timberwolves,
or Timberwolves, Grizzlies, and the Kings would be 9-10 against the Mavs. Oh my goodness. And you get to be your 10, but it's Timberwolves, Grizzlies, 7-8 all day. Let's go to Dallas. They don't even know if they like their own team anymore. Let's go to Dallas. Half the time they're rooting for the other players. They're going to be rooting for Luka tonight. Let's go to Dallas right now.
I did see a very cool thing on the internet that a Mavericks fan, so I don't know what he does, is giving out purple and gold t-shirts that say Fire Nico.
That's insane. They're not going to be able to wear that.
Oh, they absolutely will.
They are not going to be able to wear. But that's what I'm talking about. They don't even know if they like each other.
They're also on, this is insane, on every chair tonight, they are putting t-shirts for Luka that say "thank you for everything" in Slovenian.
I saw
That is insane. Insane thing to do.
No, let's go to Dallas, get some barbecue, get a W, and then go to Memphis, get some more barbecue, and grill up the Grizzlies. That's what it is. That's what it is. So
I hear they have good barbecue in Denver.
No. You can't breathe out there because of the altitude. I'm sorry. Is everybody mad at me? Does anybody agree with me here? Kings kind of should. How about this? Can the Kings rest some guys? Everybody's injured. What about that, Kyle? Just rest some guys tonight. Just rest some guys.
Which team are you talking about doing this?
The Kings.
No, I don't think they're doing the Boston Celtics route.
I'm just saying. All right. We will continue our Kings Nuggets preview. Both teams got rid of their coach. Which team will make the most of it? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Are you ready to unlock your business's potential? Hey, I'm Allen Stiles, and you can do that with Roxas Technology Solutions. Their mission is to empower growth through cutting-edge, reliable, and scalable technology. They tailor solutions to enhance efficiency and foster innovation, ensuring your business thrives in the digital age. Located in Sacramento, their dedicated team is ready to partner with you for your long-term success. Transform your business now. Go to roxtech.com. That's WROXTECH.com. Rox Tech. Tomorrow's technology at your fingertips today.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
You're home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Well. How did we end up here? If you are the Denver Nuggets, by the way, we had Ryan Blackburn on the show, and that was a great time. You can check that out on the Sacktown Sports app. On YouTube, that's already cut, so you can check that out as well. How the Nuggets ended up in this situation since March 1st. Well, 20th in net rating, 14th in offensive rating, 22nd in defensive rating, 8-11 record, including 7 of the last 9, and 2 really bad losses where they lose to the Timberwolves, who were missing Dante DiVincenzo and Naz Reid in a game they had no business losing. Then they sit everyone that next game against the Spurs, and Russell Westbrook did the similar thing he did in the last game where he missed the layup, and they ended up losing to that Spurs team. At some point within the last 2 weeks, I think this was a Blazers loss, you had Mike Malone saying that some of their players were full of bleep and they didn't want to watch film because nobody watches film. And it's seeming like there were some rumblings that there were rifts going on, more so between the GM and the coach versus Mike Malone and the players. But for all intents and purposes, we can believe that Mike Malone and his departure, Nikola Jokic did at least know about it, and to a certain degree maybe gave some level of a green light. So that's where they are at right now. Meanwhile, Nikola Jokic has just been doing Nikola Jokic things. His stats through 3 games, averaging 45 points, 12.3 rebounds, 10.7 assists, 2 steals, 62 0.3% from the field on 26 attempts per game, 45% from three on 9 attempts per game. This stuff is video game numbers, and it's close to 10%, 9.7%, and the Nuggets are 0-3. So that'll get somebody fired. That'll definitely get somebody fired if you have somebody doing that. And you know what? That will get both sides fired, because that means that, hey, I don't know which one of y'all isn't doing your job, but maybe neither of you are doing your job, because look how good this guy is, and you can't figure out what in the world to do. So there it is. I'm reading some of these texts here, and I knew this was going to happen. And Kings fans are very funny, because I would say that Kings fans are proud, but they're also they also don't know how proud they want to be at times. So what I said in the last segment, that I kind of want to lose to the Nuggets because I don't want to see the Nuggets in the play-in, that rubs some people the wrong way. And I'm not surprised that it rubs some people the wrong way, but I've always been a realist, and that's how I am. You don't have to agree with me. So the first thing, that was the chumpiest take I've heard in a while. Let's lose so we can lose later. Well, 916, even
what an idiot. What a loser.
You can't call it the chumpiest take if you didn't listen to the whole take. If you think the chumpiest take is saying that the Kings should lose to the Nuggets tonight is chumpy, that's fine. But I said nothing about the Kings losing again. I didn't say lose now so they can lose later. That wouldn't make any sense to be the chumpiest take. I said if you lose now, then you don't have to deal with the Nuggets in the play-in. That's it. That's it. I would rather the Nuggets just be in the playoffs. I mean, did anybody just hear what I read off? They're playing, Jokic is playing out of his mind. They've been losing. They're hoping to get a coach's bump. And you expect me to want them in the play-in?
The vision's getting a little murkier, Allen. Can we go back to your Paul Atreides? What is I thought the vision was Memphis, but now you're saying the Kings have to actively.
It is Memphis. But if the Kings win tonight and the Nuggets end up in the play-in, things could get a little grimy, that's all.
But now you're starting to morph into Anakin Skywalker of trying to take fate into your own hands. If you see,
that's what you have to do. That's what you have to do sometimes, Kyle.
I guess, but you just got to let fate kind of dictate. If it's fate and the vision is clear.
No, hold on. Where was fate against the Wizards? Where was fate against the Magic? Where was fate against the Bulls?
Clear now.
Now all of a sudden the Kings want to be world beaters? Give me a break with that.
Well, what happened to this vision? If it's going to happen, then you don't have to worry or root for results, right? The vision is what the vision is. The Kings don't need to intervene. The Kings don't have to make their vision a reality. You've seen the vision, apparently.
Fine. Go ahead.
The visions are clear now.
Play the game.
Plus,
916, a different 916 says, yeah, I disagree. We match up good against Denver, and it's not a given that they're going to just run us over. That's fine. I'm just saying I would rather not deal with that. How about that? Go ahead, Kyle.
This is the moment where I remind people that when they played in January, Jokic had quite possibly the greatest stat line in NBA history against the Kings with 36, 22, and 17.
You know what, though? I'll give the 916 this. If we watch the Kings, and they're going to be some level of shorthanded again tonight, if the Kings play the Denver Nuggets tough and beat the Nuggets, maybe I will feel better about going up against them in the play-in. Maybe I've been doing the show with Kyle too long, and his belief of how good the Nuggets are has been bleeding into me. Maybe that's what's going on. So I'll give you that, 916. I'll give you that. If the Kings beat the Nuggets, at least I should feel better about going up against the Nuggets in the play-in. I will give you that, 916. But
maybe
I still feel Go ahead, Kyle.
Sorry, maybe this is the vision, Allen, is that the Nuggets will get into the play-in with the Grizzlies and will then defeat the Grizzlies. So then the Grizzlies end up in the 8-9 game. Maybe that's the vision all along.
The visions are clear now.
So I'm sorry, city of Sacramento. If they have a ring, I don't want them in the play-in. It's that simple. I do not want teams with the play-in in the ring. And I also think it's funny the level of how we decide whether or not a team is matches up well and how much that goes into whether they played each other well or not. If we recall, this season, the Kings should have beat the Nuggets. I think both teams were missing someone. Keegan just doesn't like playing against the Nuggets. We'll see if he plays tonight. But I believe Keegan was missing that first game against the Nuggets, and that's where Aaron Gordon went crazy, and the Kings came back. They had an opportunity. Then they blew it in the end. That next game, the Nuggets, that was the game that, Kyle, you were talking about where Jokic went crazy and then Dougie McBuckets made it look closer towards the end, but it really wasn't. So when you're having a conversation about, hey, that team matches up well with the Kings, I don't really know where that starts and ends. If you were to give me a list of teams that the Kings match up well with, it really would just turn into a list of teams the Kings beat and teams the Kings didn't beat. Like if you ask me if the Kings match up well with the Clippers, I'm going to say no, because they lost to the Clippers the first time, then they should have beat the Clippers, and then they didn't. When I talk about matching up well, if a team doesn't play well, or it feels like the Kings played really well and they still lose, that doesn't feel like they match up well. Both times the Kings have played the Nuggets, it feels like the Nuggets don't try. The Kings have actually played better than the Nuggets in both games, and they've lost both of those games. That does it three times. So that doesn't make me feel like they match up well. They play them competitively, but if the Nuggets keep playing bad games and yes, and then the third time was when the Kings were controlling that whole time and blew it in the end. So if a certain team is playing really well and the other team never plays well and you're 0-3, I don't think that means that the team matches up well. I think they tried to play well and it didn't work out. That's what I would say. On the other side, we will continue the Kings preview. Also, we have what we know to be the injury report for now, and a little bit of pocket watching. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The hot weather is coming. Is your HVAC system ready for it? Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating make sure it is. Get to Lee'sAirPlumbingandHeating.com. Check out their $99 HVAC tune-up special. And let me tell you why Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating is the way to go. They took care of me when our heater collapsed over the winter, and Lee's set us up with a great new HVAC system that is providing comfort, value, and quality. Let Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating take care of you. License number 635355.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
And now a brief history of the garage door. Garage doors could date back to 450 BC when chariots were stored in gatehouses. Here in the States, they became a thing around the start of the 20th century. You could find a float-over door in a catalog way back in 1906. National Garage Door has been around since 1974. They're family-owned and operated, so you can trust them to solve any garage door issues you may have. Squeaky door, malfunctioning door, or a need for a new door, which is what prompted us to give them a call, 916-638-4554. At National Garage Door Service is their number one priority. I've witnessed that commitment in my own home, certainly in our garage. National Garage Door sells quality Rainer-branded garage doors. They are the nation's BSE broken spring experts. So if you have a garage door that looks and sounds like it dates back to 450 BC, National Garage Door can help, whether it's a garage door tune-up, repair, or replacement you need. They'll take care of you at National Garage Door, 916-638-4554. That's 916-638-4554. National Garage Door.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, the ultimate lunch lineup boasts wall-to-wall sports and scenic views. When you're hungry and in a hurry, the Scratch Kitchen delivers lunch in the clutch. I mean, where else can you order a 29-degree draft beer and a quickie combo on your lunch break? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Twin Peaks Scratch Kitchen scores every time. Dig into hand-smashed burgers, chef-inspired flatbreads, and more at your local lodge.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit KHTK.com.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
We are back, and we have some updates. I know normally we do not get injured, and maybe this isn't a good thing because these guys are not playing, and normally when they are playing, we don't find out till a little bit later. But we have information on Keegan Murray. He is out. Malik Monk is out. Jake LaRavia is out. Jamal Murray is doubtful. And Kyle on the injury report made me chuckle. He had Michael Malone there, out, and in parentheses, fired. So
no class, no balls.
So that is what we are working with tonight. Another shorthanded crew for the Kings, and it's not going to be easy. And maybe I'm just preparing myself for the other shoe to drop as we discuss how well the Kings have been playing and how I don't want to see the Nuggets in the play-in. But who knows? If the Kings play them tough again, maybe I'll feel a little bit better. A couple people chiming in on the matchup conversation. Whitey Gleason, a text from Whitey, says, the Kings match up well with few teams because they can't guard anybody, which is true. We also had someone on the text line, pretty funny, from the 209. You mean we didn't match up well with the Pelicans when we went 0-6? So, yeah, there is a level of that as well, of not matching up well. There's not matching up well where you just don't have a chance, and then there is I guess not matching up well when you can't get over the hump. So if you were to ask me, do the Nuggets match up better this year, or the Kings match up better with the Nuggets this year than the Kings did with the Pelicans last year? I would say, yeah, they match up better with the Nuggets, even though, funny enough, the Nuggets are better than the Pelicans. But when you lost those games, and when you've lost games that you've kind of had control over, it's just a different feeling. There is a matchup feeling, and then there is a kind of setup, talent, coaching, whatever you want to call it, feeling as well. And it just feels like the ownage is a bit more annoying with the Nuggets. You just felt like with the Pelicans, it was a joke. It was so bad with the Pelicans, I don't even know how to count that. But with the Nuggets and with the Clippers as well, there are situations where they have been competitive and still can't get over the hump. That's kind of been the difference there. So that's what I would say.
Our friend Whitey Gleason texted us a great point, which is the Kings don't match up well with a lot of teams because they don't guard anybody. And that's often a great point, is that whatever your weakness is, whatever teams you play that you can potentially mitigate that weakness, often predicates a good matchup. And the biggest weakness for the Kings would be wing defending, I would say. If you had to pick one thing that the Kings have the biggest issue with, it would be defending wing players. Obviously, the Pelicans last year, we talked about that. The Timberwolves this year were a good matchup when they had Julius Randle and Jaden McDaniels on the floor. We talked about with the Nuggets, Aaron Gordon, they put DeRozan at the 4, and Aaron Gordon had more points than all the Kings in the first quarter, and then they never put DeMar DeRozan at the 4 again. So I think teams with athletic offensive wings that can both shoot threes and get to the basket are a bad matchup for the Kings. But to your point, the Nuggets are also just a better team than some of these matchup-specific battles we're talking about.
So again, how important is this for the Nuggets? The Nuggets can stay out of the play-in if they win out. And compared to who some of the other teams have, if we look at this mess that exists right now, the Denver Nuggets, their next 3 games, they have the Kings, the Grizzlies, and the Rockets. The Clippers can clinch a top 5 seed if they win out. The Clippers, I'm assuming, to just double check, Kyle, but they beat the Spurs last night. So they're still, all these teams are still on track, I would say. The Clippers, 122 to 177, actually a little bit closer than I would have thought. So they can be a top 5 seed if they win out. So they have the Rockets and the Kings at Kings and at Warriors. So again, no slouches there for the Clippers. The Warriors, Suns, who they beat last night. Then they have the Spurs. Then they have the Blazers. Then they have the Clippers. So the Warriors, they kind of got through their initial one. They'll have 2 easy situations, and then the Clippers. Timberwolves, they lose to the Bucks at Grizzlies on the 10th. They have the Nets and the Jazz as well. Kyle, how you feeling about these situations?
So I think the Grizzlies are in the most disadvantageous position because they have to play the Wolves and the Nuggets. The Mavericks will have probably locked up the 10 at that point, so I think they're probably going to have a lighter matchup there. Although if the Kings drop their next 2 games and Dallas wins one of 2, Dallas would still have a chance of getting the 9 seeds. But again, we'll play it by ear when they get there. Weirdly enough for the Clippers, although I'm not going to, we've made the joke, all roads lead to the 5 seed for the Clippers. But if the Clippers beat the Rockets tonight, beat the Kings on Friday, and then beat Golden State the last game of the season, they would be the 4 seed at that point. Depending on how this goes, there's also a really weird situation where by the last day of the season, the Warriors and Clippers could be locked into 4 and 5, which means they would play in the first round, but the last game of the season would decide home court in that series. I don't know what you would do in that situation, but that could be on the table potentially. I think the broader point as it relates to the Kings, though, is that the Grizzlies are in the most disadvantageous position, and if the Nuggets win tonight, that hurts the Timberwolves more than anyone else, because the Timberwolves would then kind of need a win against the Grizzlies to avoid just falling out of the top 6 altogether.
Yeah, I'm looking here, and that was the last group and last team that we wanted to get to. Remaining games at Hornets, and they won that one. Then they take on the Timberwolves on the 10th, Nuggets April 11th, Mavericks on the 13th. I mean, you still feel good about the Mavericks, but the Timberwolves and the Nuggets, that's a really tough go. And they can clinch a top 5 seed if they win all 4, but out of the teams that we read off, I would say the Grizzlies and maybe the Nuggets have the toughest situation, because, the Clippers, they still will have the Spurs, the Nuggets, the Grizzlies at Rockets. And so they have to play each other, and it's all going to be right in front of each other's faces. So it is something else. And I do wonder how Adam Silver feels about these situations. Does he think that this is a good thing? Right? Does he think that it is something where this is what they wanted from the collective bargaining agreement? They're not going to be any super teams or anything like that. Or is it, man, none of these teams are actually that good, and viewing was actually better when there was some level of a super team? So we'll see how this thing ends. I think they probably like for a Celtics team to win or something like that, because right now it's a bit random. But for me and for us, it means that your team that might not be outstanding always has a chance. Or the Thunder will say, stop disrespecting us for the very last time. We're actually very good, and we're going to prove it to you. Prop Talk, dog segment, one more segment when we return to break all that down. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Tonight, Kings and Nuggets. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you got to drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with 0 down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Rocks Tech, Michelob Ultra, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITPFest.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my superhydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Spring is here, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
Have you ever dreamed of shopping for the perfect jewelry from home? Well, now it's possible, and you can even build your credit. PrestigiOJewelers.com now offers online shopping, making us the premium credit jeweler nationwide. With an exceptional selection of fine jewelry from engagement rings and gold chains to sparkling diamond earrings and much more. With over 30 years of experience, Prestigio guarantees you'll find exactly what you're looking for. It's fast and easy. Once approved, you'll receive a guaranteed credit line from $400 to $10,000. All you need is to be 18 years or older, have a valid form of ID, be employed for a minimum of 6 months, and a bank account for automatic payments. PrestigiOJewelers.com is the perfect way to establish or reestablish your credit with interest rates at only 2.25% per month. We are here to help you with monthly reporting to all major credit bureaus. The perfect jewelry, the perfect price, helping you build perfect credit. Visit us online at PrestigiOJewelers.com or at one of our locations in Sacramento, Stockton, Merced, and Fresno. Enter code SACTOWNSPORTS at checkout to save 10%.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
At Big O Tires, now through April 27th, get $50 to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Cooper, Bridgestone, Firestone, Pirelli, or Hankook brand tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
One more segment with you, a little bit of prop talk, dog segment, and we'll get the line. I actually haven't looked at it yet, Kyle. I mean, this line.
Ooh, do we want to play the reverse version here? You guess?
Sure. So Keegan Murray, if you're just now joining us, Keegan Murray, Malik Monk, and Jake LaRavia all out tonight. Last time we checked, Jamal Murray was doubtful, and Mike Malone also out because he does not coach the Denver Nuggets anymore. Kyle, let me know when you have it up.
I have the most up-to-date line right in front of me if you would like to guess. By the way, I didn't realize this. ESPN game tonight.
Great. Even better. Even better.
I also saw, though, it's broadcasted locally, and Jerry Reynolds is going to do the game tonight.
I saw that. Shout out to Jerry. And we are really happy for his opportunity. And I'm going to go with a 4.5.
Allen Stiles, you are correct. I have 4 here, but honestly, 4.5. Some places 4, some places 4.5. I think you get credit for that. Exactly spot on.
Wow. Okay.
Denver Nuggets favored.
Take that as disrespect. They don't even have a coach. Sacramento.
Yeah, well, we don't have a small forward.
Or the 6-man shooting guard. But we do have Terrence Davis. We do have Terrence Davis. We do have the return of Terrence. Okay. And Amid Rock on the Sack Chat is saying it was a low blow when I said Mike Malone is out. A bad year for Mikes if you are a head coach and your name is Mike. A tough year for Mikes. I didn't say that, Amid Rock. I said it, but Kyle wrote it down. And I thought it was funny.
We've still got hope for Mike Budenholzer, right?
Wait, if he goes to, this has got to be the most mics that have ever been canned from the NBA in a singular season.
Is this a 100% Mike fired rate? I'm trying to think of the other coaches throughout the league. It might be a 100% firing of all Mikes.
If your name is Mike, be careful going into the arena for the rest of the season. All right, Kyle, let's get into a little bit of prop talk. Time for some prop talk, and I'm going to start here. These numbers are super ballooned with Keegan Murray and Malik Monk out. I do think I see something I like, and it's really just you're looking around saying the scoring has to come from someone. They have DeMar at 24.5. That feels really high to me. Zach LaVine at 22.5. They have Domantas Sabonis. I'm finding Domantas Sabonis at 20 points even. We kind of go back to Domantas Sabonis. When the Kings do compete with the Nuggets, normally Domantas Sabonis, his numbers don't look as crazy compared to Jokic, but he also has a really good game because Jokic doesn't play defense, or we're going to see Jokic play defense. If you miss our interview with Ryan Blackburn, who covers the Nuggets, he said that the word on the street is that Jokic's defense was some form of a protest against Mike Malone because how much Mike Malone cared about defense, and Jokic not liking how Mike Malone coached the team, whatever you want to call it. Jokic's defense is really not that bad. He just really did not like Mike Malone. But I'm going to fall for it, Kyle, and I'm going to take Domantas Sabonis at 20 points over.
I like it. Let's go Beef Brothers.
We have the meat.
So every time the Kings have played the Nuggets, I always first check what the Jokic points, rebounds, and assists is at. Only because I'm like, every time it keeps getting higher. I'm like, there's no way it can keep. It got to 49.5.
Yeah.
I think the last time I was like, there's no way it can get any higher. It's at 54.5 tonight.
Yeah,
54.
I can't do that. That is too much.
I just can't believe that the expectation. If I'm just doing the quick math in my head, that would be 30 points, 12 rebounds, and 12 assists is not getting the job done. That's truly insane how good Nikola Jokic is. I know Shea is going to win the MVP, and Shea deserves the MVP, but Jokic is just having an absolutely insane season. So
yeah,
I don't think he's going to get to 54.5, but it is obviously the battle of Jokic versus Jokic light, as some people like to call it. So I'm going to piggyback off your Sabonis one. I'm going to go to the 39.5 points, rebounds, assists number. Sabonis has gotten over 40 in each of the last 5 games, so it's set at exactly 40. I like Domantas Sabonis' chances in the battle of the Jokic versus Jokic light.
There you go. Be sure to follow us and trail us and tail us. And if you don't get it or we don't get it, we never told you to follow us or trail us or tail us. I saw something on the text line that I wanted to get to before we get on out of here. And 916 says, serious question. This is from our guy, Folsom Mike. I haven't been watching the last couple games. What are we doing differently to get LaVine, DeRozan, and Sabonis off so much, and Sabonis pushing and facilitating? That's from Folsom Mike. Well, I think the most simple way to put it is that everybody knows what their role is, and they've just been performing their roles at a really high level, right? They know that Zach LaVine, as we mentioned, Zach LaVine is shooting earlier in the shot clock. He kind of likes to catch teams slipping. He doesn't necessarily take great shots, but he's taking shots when he's in rhythm. I don't think the Kings were really getting him in rhythm earlier on in his time and in his tenure there, I'd say. As far as DeMar is DeMar. He's always been putting up numbers. And Domantas Sabonis, I can't really speak to Domantas Sabonis because he hasn't been on the court. He hasn't been playing. So we're just getting Domantas Sabonis back on the court playing. And I would say the combination of those three, LaVine, DeRozan, and Sabonis actually playing together. Sabonis been injured the whole time.
I don't know, Alan. I think Folsom Mike might have just wanted you to read the sentence, what are we doing different to be getting LaVine, DeRozan, and Sabonis off so much?
I know, and it cut off, so he was kind of playing with me a little bit, but I fell for it anyway. That's what I get for deviating from prop talk, and now it's time for Dog segment.
The dogs out! Who let the dogs out?
It is time to let the dogs out. Kyle, why don't you go first with this one?
All right, Mr. Stiles in Pennsylvania. So last game, I picked our friend Zach LaVine for the Dogs, and he put up 43 points. But the reason I picked Zach LaVine was not because I expected him to get 43 points. It was we need to keep the same energy from the 37-point game. This should start to become an expectation for Zach LaVine. Not necessarily that he's going to average 40 points a game, but that he's not going to have the 3-point game where he shoots 1 for 6 outside of garbage time, essentially. Like, that was the energy I was trying to keep up. And since we're on the winning streak, and since we have no Malik Monk or Keegan Murray or Jake LaRavia, and we can just throw out the golden rules, I'm just going to keep that same energy tonight. Give me Zach LaVine.
You just like playing that, and I don't blame you at all. I hear you on that one, Kyle. I don't know what's the deal. Everybody's probably wondering, is anyone going to do the thing and take Terrence Davis? I don't know what the situation is, if he's available, so I'm not going to do it because I want to go with someone that I know is available, and I'm going to go with Trey Lyles. I think that Trey Lyles scoring the basketball hasn't necessarily been eye-popping, but his ability to still stretch the floor, rebound, do different things like that, I think that continues, and they're going to need him tonight. So I'm going to go with Trey Lyles as my.
He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
My dog of the game for that one.
He lost a lot of pounds. He was fat.
Someone on the text line saying LaVine is his dog. That's from Amid Rock. The 209 says Keon is my dog of the game. The 916 saying Sabonis is always a good choice for dog of the game. So I think we're going to need all of it. We're going to get that W, and I know what I said before, but when the ball tips off, obviously, I'm not afraid of no one. My vision is still clear, but you come into that play-in, that's our house now, and you're not used to this house. So go get that W, Kings, and take on the Nuggets that don't really have a coach. Well, they do have a coach, but they don't even have a GM. All right, Kyle, thanks. Great job, as always. Drive Guys coming up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Thanks to all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thanks to Ryan Blackburn and everything that they're dealing with in Denver. And until tomorrow, secure the bag, light the beam.
Visions are clear now.
Gotta go. Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork